Good evening and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. In case you are new, my name is Frank Allen. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of myself nor Targeted Massachusetts. Thank you. Okay, I hope you were enjoying the video that just played. It was from TruthStream Media, and it's all about China's scoring system. And the end of it was how it was actually being worked into the United States. And a person sent me an email saying that she had gotten a report back that stated that her purchase was denied, and it was through a company called Steemit, and that happens to be one of the companies. See, pal, you're leaking through. And that's one of the companies that I reported on IBN probably about 3 months ago. So the social scoring system is coming to the United States. If you have excellent credit and you are denied on a loan, this is where you can look. It's something brand new. People with excellent credit are not going to believe what is going on. And it's unreal. People are being denied all over the country, and they don't understand why. There are 3 very large corporations involved. Among them is Facebook, and there are 2 other smaller corporations, and I'm sure in 3 months more have actually been developed. So this is against your constitutional rights as citizens of the United States. Now, they're going to deny you credit based on smoking in a non-smoking area, if they catch you on film. This is what they do in China, and it's coming over here. And furthermore, the United States admired the way that Nazi Germany handled their citizens in so much of a way that they adopted many of the policies of Nazi Germany. And one of the first ones that you can identify is, like, say, in the state of Massachusetts, the state police officer's hat. If you put it next to a Nazi Germany general's hat, you would find little difference. And I'm offering on RBN tonight actually something on mind control, which is nothing new, but this is cryptic. It was written by somebody, and it's very cryptic, and it's global mind control, but it is actually all about the individual. So those of you who escape and go over and listen to radio, I think you'll enjoy it. It's very enlightening on some of the procedures they use on us and the reasons why. And some of the programs that they use are misery, sexual misery, sexuality, misogyny, consumptive modeling, death culture, double speak, contradiction to each other. I don't know if any of you have your perps speaking to you together in synchronicity. But that's what they do. But it's very interesting. I don't have the keywords in front of me for it, so I can't really go over it. It's really interesting. So how's everybody tonight?
Hi.
Very well.
Well, that's great. Happy to hear that.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Well, I called this time to pass along a couple of things. One of them is worldhealingprayers.com. And, a similar site to that, worldprayers.com. And also, if anybody's interested, if I don't do email, the phone number for the UN office in New York for the OHCHR, if anybody wants that, it is 212-963-5931. Should I repeat it?
Yeah, could you repeat that? I'm
okay,
sure
it's 212-963-5931. And that, of course, that's the Human Rights Office with the UN. That group, and we talked about that before, and I was glad to see it on your website. So.
Okay, yeah, we've been working with the UN actually last month in getting their questionnaire answered. And hopefully in March of 2020, we will hear the UN's new Declaration on Human Rights.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great.
They were inquiring in this questionnaire about no-touch torture. So we immediately responded to that.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's progress. Okay, well, thank you for that.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Yeah. I guess I'll mute for a little while.
There's a lot in the works right now. And everyone should watch the papers and listen to the calls, and we'll bring you the information as it is available to us. Okay, would anybody like to present a topic or something they'd like to speak of? Richard?
Wanted to add something.
Sure.
I forgot to add. It's been a really rough, another past week's been really rough, but I'm still alive, I'm still here, and I have a birthday around the corner, so
there you go.
That's good news. Yeah.
Just keep looking ahead and take one day, look ahead and take one day at a time and make improvements.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Okay.
If each day that goes by you make a difference, making progress.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're all trying to do. for me, I'm trying to, I'm a defender of democracy, and so that's the work that I do. That's the most important work for me, for present and future generations of children.
Right. I work in constitutional areas, and this is what I love to do shows on, the Constitution, because immediately right now we have civil rights breakdown in, we'll say, like Virginia. Virginia, they are threatening to take all the guns away from the people, and that is one state that you are doing the wrong thing.
Take their arms away, is that what you said?
Right. Now, I'd like to explain why. The reason, I'm sure you recall the Paris terrorist attacks. Well, the reason those were carried out is because if you live in Paris, you are not allowed to have any kind of weapon.
Right. I think that's on your website. I'm not sure.
So with that in mind, we have to look at the possibilities that if they take the guns away from the citizens in the U.S., what they will do is ignite a powder keg of terrorist activity in the United States, because the terrorists fear the people with their guns. They look at, believe it or not, they look at old West movies and they see the gunslingers. And that's what they think we are over here. Let them think that. Because if push comes to shove, you're going to see some old weaponry come out from under the beds and from inside hidden pockets in the closets, because people are bullshit. And they have had enough of this government stepping all over us and our Constitution.
Who's had enough, Frank?
Excuse me, sir?
What?
Who's had enough of this tyrannical government?
Everyone.
Oh, boy. Who's speaking out? Who's
had enough? I've had enough, for one.
Well, yeah. I know you have. I thought you were talking about a group of people.
Yes, I am talking about a group of people. The targeted community, for one, has had enough of the government. The government is tyrannical. The government is opaque. The government, we own the White House. We own the Washington Monument. Okay? We own everything. The government doesn't own anything. We own the government. And it's about time that we, the people, stood up and took back our ground. I'm going back to 1776. Some people will say that the Constitution is too old and should not be followed any longer. Well, guess what? The Constitution is old, and it's old for a reason. No one can touch it.
Amen to that, brother.
I think Madison was the main writer for the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. James Madison.
Yes.
Also, Frank, the other states that are claiming 2A, they call it 2A, Second Amendment sanctuaries, are being added to the changing of the law. North Carolina and Georgia are two of those states that have been added in the last couple of days, and they're will be others. I think Oklahoma is one, but it's spreading. It's not just Virginia anymore, but January the 20th is the day for lobbying in Richmond, Virginia, and the militia has already announced of their presence in Richmond on the 20th.
It's funny that we can go back and look at Richmond in 1776.
Exactly.
And it pisses me off, too, because I look at Boston, I look at the surrounding areas, and I look at the cannonball holes on George's Island, and which was a stronghold back then. And it really aggravates me that people have forgotten all of this fighting that we did for taxation without representation in the beginning. And it just boggles the mind. I look at excise tax. Now, excise tax is so much money on $1,000, which your car is worth. And they get down to a certain point, and they just leave it there. If your car goes down to $50 in value, theoretically you shouldn't have to pay any excise tax. But they still whack you for $65, $75 a year. And this tax was supposed to stop after World War II. And they just sort of left it there.
Absolutely. And taxation without representation, well, you're talking about TIs when you say that, because we're not represented in the way we should be. Our Constitution is being ignored. And to me, that is taxation without representation.
Yeah, that's still the main beef of the people. And even our income tax was never ratified by all 50 states. Boom, right there. There's things that have happened in this country, like the central bank system was created or ratified by certain members of Congress on Devil's Island on a Sunday. So, the central banking system was never actually voted on. It just sort of fell into place.
Yep.
I'm wondering what time this call starts. Does it start at 5:30 or 6?
It starts at 6 your time.
Okay.
At 5 your time, we start playing videos for your pleasure. And the one we played tonight was about China's social scoring system.
Mm-hmm.
But the social scoring system is alive and well in the United States. It started with the Credit Bureau, and now they're emulating what is happening in China.
Boom.
IBM is one of the companies. Facebook is another.
Boom.
And but it's happening. So your next car loan with your A1 credit could be refused because you associated with Johnny Walker down on the corner. This is as easy as it is. If you're doing something or your friends are doing something that they don't like, they can refuse your loan. Now, we'll have to look in the laws to find out what they're violating then. We can find it in the Constitution. We just have to look hard.
Hi, I just joined. Denise from Western Mass, target individual.
Hi, Denise.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, very good, thank you. Given the circumstances, I'm okay.
Okay. Well, I'm hanging in there too. I know they're trying to take me out any day now. The contractor lives across the street from me, and he's networking my brain scans. And he's planning on doing something real soon.
I don't doubt it a bit.
But it's good to hear you.
Yeah, stick with the call, stay with us, and
yes.
We'll be more than happy to, listen to your story.
Yeah, it's getting a little too close for comfort when you have a contractor that's participating and lives across the street from you. That is a little too much.
You're the woman with the house that may or may not be in your name?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay, this is something that I wanted to bring up because Denise was involved with a home, and she left the home, and she is getting on her credit report the fact that she still owns the home. Now, I was a victim the same way. My name was on a mortgage on a house that I had nothing to do with. So the bank went out of business, so I had no recourse. But that soiled my credit in business because the person living there went bankrupt.
Ugh.
So I found a bankruptcy on my credit report, and I went through the roof. So be careful, people.
Yes, definitely. Check those reports.
Frank.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I was listening to one of your shows. I don't know if it was last week or the week before, and you were talking about voice to skull, and you were saying that voice to skull is not inside your head, but that's just not the case. That's not true.
Excuse me, sir? That is the case.
You were saying on your show that voice to skull inside somebody's head is not real, not possible, but that is just not true.
Okay.
You misunderstood.
How is it happening to you? You don't. All right. Can you block?
They put it in.
Still here?
They talk. They communicate inside your head where nobody else can hear, and you know it's them because they're words that you don't use. Jesse Ventura.
I don't.
Did a show.
Brain
Invaders. Ventura interviewed Robert Duncan on conspiracy theory on one of his shows titled Brain Invaders, I think it was, and they talked about it about 15 years ago with Dr. Robert Duncan, and he was talking about how he helped invent it. And I know for a fact that it is true.
Let me. Okay, I'm not going to see. You can say it. You can believe that that's true if you like. Okay.
I know it's true. I'm living it. Been living it for at least 10 years, over 10 years now.
I've been living it for working on 9 now. My voice to skull is outside, okay? The technology has come a long way since Jesse Ventura and Robert Duncan spoke, okay?
Well, it happened it started for me just a few years after watching that.
Okay. Well, they can put
it's on YouTube.
I don't like being interrupted.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They can put the sound anywhere they want. They can use your television. They'll pick up the sound from the television, bring it up.
Jehovah's Witnesses coming around here.
Excuse me?
Hey.
Go ahead, Frank.
No, I think there was a
mix it and send it back down with the television voice mixed with theirs. And I'm not talking about any crazy
imaginary
going along with what you're saying. I'm talking about them using the voice. They can put the voice outside your window, hanging in midair. They can put the voice while you're driving on a telephone pole following you if they want to, or on the high T's following you. Okay? If you find it inside your head, that's something new.
I'll doubt it.
Yeah.
I remember January 2nd last year, well, this year, the day after New Year's, the day before the Democrats took the House of Representatives, and all I heard pretty much all throughout the damn day, over and over again, was balls to the wall. Over and over, all day, balls to the wall, balls to the wall, periodically throughout the damn day.
Okay, let me tell you something that I can do. I can hear or feel subliminal implants. So I drive them crazy because I know exactly what they're saying, what they're doing, everything that's happening with them, because I am doing something that they're not used to. I can feel what they're saying. I can almost taste what they're saying. And that's disgusting because the stuff they say is really bogus. But they can screw around, and they can, as soon as you open your refrigerator door, they can put the voice right in there. They can put it in the freezer. The first time I ever heard it, it was in my seat belt while unbuckled. So, with that, I will say that, along with many other V2K sufferers, that V2K occurs outside the head, and it occurs anywhere they would like to put it. And I am not doubting that you can hear your V2K in your head. If you can hear it in your head, that's fine. I'm telling you where the majority of the people hear it.
Yeah, well, they told me I get death threats, insults, racial slurs, all the time. So.
Okay, when you cup your ears or pack your ears, what happens?
I really don't know, Frank. I just deal with it. Sometimes I like.
When you cover your ears or block your ears, what happens?
Oh, I can still hear them. I put on headphones and listen to music all the time.
And you can still. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's true. But I will tell you that Dave Case's CD destroys them for me, not for any length of time, but it really messes up their computer. It messes up everything that they're doing, and they have to do a lot of editing or start over because it's ruined their day.
How long does that provide relief for you, Frank?
It does not last long, but it sends them into a phase of détente, we'll call it. Now, a lot of people should understand that the V2K that you hear, wherever you hear it, okay, it hits your cochlea. Your cochlea processes it and ships it to your brain. And the reason it sounds like they're 2 steps ahead of you is because there is a delay. There is no delay from the cochlea, but there is a delay from the eardrum. But it's a very highly dangerous form of torture. And remote neuromonitoring, as you probably know, is deadly if you let it be.
Oh, I can only imagine the people that must have committed suicide throughout the years.
Yeah.
Because of that mind control shit.
Now, what they do with me is, I'll tell you right now, they run a continuous, I will call it, as they started to, a newsreel. And they run it fast or slow. They insert pictures and add different thoughts to the pictures. They pull up memories from your childhood, and they'll come up with things that, you know, they couldn't possibly know unless they were in touch with your memories. And I will tell you how they read them, and they read them right in your voice box, because everything that you think about, you actually mouth. And I'll tell you where that comes from. Have you ever picked up your son or daughter, or fed your son or daughter while they're sitting in, like, their high chair, and your own mouth starts to move and you catch it? That's an instinct. It's there to teach your children how to eat and how to use their lips and mouth. And that's an instinct that we've taken all the way from the beginning. But that's what the perps use to try and force speech. They use that basic instinct of you following your child's lip movements while you feed them. Well, I don't know how many of you have encountered that, but I hope a few. Any comments on that?
No, I agree. From feeding my child, I know now what you're saying exactly.
Well, this is what they use to get forced speech to happen. They try to mimic your vocal cords, which actually transcend to your lips and jaw and whatnot, and they try to force speech. It's coming from your voice box because you can feel it moving actually the whole time that they are speaking if you let it. But I lock the whole damn thing up. I just tighten all the muscles in my neck and my esophagus, and I just croak it right there. I can't do anything about the trachea, but I do stop it. And they go through the ceiling over it. Any more comments? I'd love to hear some comments on this so that I can learn something. I've just learned that V2K actually happens within the head. To me, it happens and I can feel it and know what they're saying. And it happens on the outside vocally, everywhere. And I think that you will probably see your voice to skull progress and end up outside.
I don't know, Frank.
It's also connected to the voluntary and involuntary functions of the body. Is connected to the throat.
Right.
Pressing your tongue against the roof of your mouth may help you lock up your esophagus, but that's hard to maintain. But you're absolutely right, because that's part of the experimentation that they're doing pertaining to voluntary and involuntary functions because of, well, I just did some research on the bear. The bear hibernates during the winter. He sets himself up to maintain a certain existence throughout the winter that has the same sort of background as the chambers that are used in space to prolong a body's life. It's not the same as sleep. In fact, it's a depravity of sleep to the body, and that's also a part of the experimentation that we all know and are familiar with. But these chambers, when you're in there, it's not sleep. It's just the chamber itself taking over and keeping you in a state as if you were the bear.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
This is going to add right on to what you're speaking about. And this is the first chakra of unconscious mind, the second chakra of the instinctual mind, and the third chakra of the conscious mind.
Right.
So that should sort of clarify what you're saying.
You're right. That's exactly right. But in these chambers, they don't want you pee-peeing, and they don't want you going to the bathroom. They don't want you doing your certain functions that come natural without you thinking about going to do it. And they're able to control those. And, well, I'm just saying that it seems sort of suspicious to me that we're all going through these certain things that pertain to survival in those chambers.
That's great, Richard. And they do this by drawing attention to every little thing that you do.
That's right.
Every detail of what you do during the day that you don't even think about, like moving your arm. They'll ask,
right.
Why'd you move your arm? Why'd you move your
right.
finger?
Yeah.
And it's just what you're saying is gospel.
Frank?
Yes.
Hi. I'd just like to add something. I've said it before. I want to reiterate. On the Dave Case CD, and it really does annoy them. I get the tinnitus, and you can tell they go ballistic if you put in the Dave Case CD. But you know what? You can keep that on a very low, at the lowest volume on your headphones, and then you can listen to other videos, and you can do other stuff. You don't have to have it on a medium or high volume. And when it's on low, you still get the same effect from it. I've done enough experimenting with that to realize, wow, that works too. Because, you know, after a while you can get tired of hearing those sounds, even though God bless Dave Case for what he's done. He's a lifesaver as far as I'm concerned. So I just wanted to say that.
Yes. It depends upon the level of attack. If you're getting a very severe attack, and I define a severe attack as mind games. Okay, the physical things they've done to me so many times, the physical things, except for one, and that's shortening your breath. And the minute they start doing that, I start typing. And I have letters ready to mail to attorneys, to various different people in the state of Massachusetts. And these, and the FBI, these letters contain material guiding these entities to these people. And the minute they start with the the breath, shortening my breath, that's what I do. And they can do that effectively, and especially if you're a smoker. I quit years ago, but I do vape, and the vape I use is it's just actually oil and nicotine. There's nothing else in it. But,
How long have you been vaping, Frank?
Oh, 5 years.
How long?
About 5 years.
Oh, okay. I quit smoking almost 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I never vaped.
You'll like it. But
Oh, really?
Don't do it.
I'm not going to.
It will lead you back to smoking, probably.
Yeah, that's exactly it. If I wanted to, like, celebrate and have a cigar, I'd probably run out and buy another pack of cigarettes to start all over again. I'd be hooked right away.
Yeah, I just wanted to get back to Richard. What they're trying to do is undermine your belief system. All the things that you think are holy, like the love of your wife or your other half, the church that you go to, the people that you value. These all make up your belief system that started when you were a child. This is what they want to undermine, your belief system.
Yeah, it dismantles your foundation of life itself and existing in whatever realm you have chosen all your life to place yourself, to believe in and work toward. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be going over to RBN pretty soon. Let me see. Okay, G8, you just want to keep a lid on things until I get back?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just, if somebody's screaming and, driving you nuts, that's, not a regular caller, because we do get perps that come in and they try to disrupt the call.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sure,
I'm
Frank.
sorry. I just heard like a chiming the whole time you've been talking, so I was wondering if that's coming from your station or if it's in my phone.
No, that means somebody has just joined us.
Okay.
I can shut that off if it's annoying.
Oh, no, that's all right. I just wasn't sure if it was coming from my connection or...
Nope, it certainly isn't.
That's good, thank you.
Yeah. It's Monday night. It's open mic. Be adults like you always are over here. And we won't have a cataclysmic eruption like on Neil's call. What was it, last night? I wasn't there long.
That happens a lot on Neil's calls.
Yeah,
I'm used to it. He's a real free spirit, and he lets people just get out what they get out, and then finally he'll mute everybody for a minute. But it's a frequent deal.
Oh, I see. All right.
I'm used to it.
Yeah.
I'd rather it not happen, but it does happen.
We're having discussion here, and people are learning, and I'm learning, and that's what I like, because nothing gets accomplished when there are people that are out of order.
Frank, I have one question.
Go right ahead.
How did that go in Washington? Was it October you guys went?
Yeah, it went great. Positively great.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we had even 50 plus people every night for the dinners that we held. It was really good. We had
Oh,
people
good.
from Washington, we had people from Tennessee, we had people from everywhere there.
No, that's great.
Margaret from Georgia was there. Yeah, there was just so many people. It was unreal.
Now, did you meet legal officials or?
Everyone, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it went very well, and the first annual of the October one, I think, will happen next year, 2020 in October. So plan
Wow.
to attend and
Oh, yeah.
try and put some money aside. It's
Yep.
if you're coming from Logan, it's like $100. So I mean, it's
Wow.
it's not bad.
No, not at all.
No. And then you can find accommodations, like between, depending upon where you go, between $45 and $60 a night.
Oh, that's not bad.
But save some money, put it aside, and I know that's hard to do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard. Well, I've got 1 minute before I'm going to head over there. And just, if somebody, I'm going to watch the board. And if somebody comes in that's causing problems, you can let me know because I'm going to leave the chat window open so I can see it in the chat. So, hey,
I'll see you.
Okay.
I'll see you at RBN. Sounds like a interesting show.
Okay, good enough. I'd like to have you over there. Ask a couple questions. Join in if you like. But it's going to be a long passage. So if you can call in tonight and just ask a question, that'd be appreciated.
Sure.
But we'd love to have you over there. And you do add a lot, Richard, when you ask your questions because you make people think, and that's what we like. So
yes,
I'm
sir.
going over there, and
right.
I'll see you there, Richard. And thank you, you guys, and I know everything will be fine here.
Hey, I wanted to ask everybody that's on the call if have you ever heard of the Oversoul?
No.
I've got this book. It's by Stuart and Janet Swerdlow. I don't know if you ever heard of them. He was involved in that Philadelphia experiment many years ago. And anyway, he's big into healing. And some of the stuff I agree with them and some of the stuff I don't. But they often talk, the two of them, about the Oversoul. And if nobody wants to talk or if they have something else to say, just tell me. I was just going to read you a little part about the Oversoul. I thought it was interesting. Would anybody care to hear that, or do you want to talk about something else?
Okay, I'm still here. We don't really allow too much religion because religion causes fights. So,
they're not into religion. It's
okay. All right.
They're anti-religion.
Okay, I'm gone.
Okay.
You're all set.
Does anybody else want to say something or bring up another subject?
No, I don't have one right now.
Hey, Seth, he's saying read away about the Oversoul. Have you heard of the Oversoul, Seth? Well, he says just read it. Okay, so the question in the book, it says, what exactly is an Oversoul? And your Oversoul is where you come from. As an analogy, think of God mind as your grandmother, grandfather. Out of God mind came smaller portions of the energy called Oversouls. Think of an Oversoul as your mother, father. And then the next question was, what does an Oversoul look like? Each Oversoul is an energy mass of intelligence. For visualization purposes, you can think of it as looking like the sun on a bright day. And what is the function of the Oversoul? Well, your Oversoul provides an intermediary link between God mind, an extremely vast energy, and you, a small portion of that vast energy. Your Oversoul is a type of buffer between yourself and God mind. For example, you could not plug your kitchen toaster directly into an electric generator at a dam. The powerful wattage from the electric generator would be too powerful and would burn out the toaster. So all of your experiences originate from your Oversoul. Your Oversoul sends out your experiences by casting out a net of energy. You pull that net of energy into yourself as you experience. Then you can choose to hold on to the energy and continue to repeat the same experience, or you can consciously choose to give that energy back to your Oversoul so that the energy can be cleaned up and recast into new and different experiences. So is an Oversoul the same as my higher self? Higher self can mean many things, but an Oversoul is your specific birth point out of the God mind. And then it says, how do I contact mine? Your Oversoul is a consultant. You're always connected no matter where you are or what form you take. You are always connected whether or not you are consciously aware of this. Your Oversoul recognizes you by your frequency, a vibration that is unique only to you. And do you want me to continue, or are people bored, or, you know? Okay, Seth is the only one answering. Okay, I'll continue. How do you how do I develop awareness of my connection to the Oversoul? First of all, visualize a clear, elasticized channel that connects the top of your head to your Oversoul. Using your breath as a tool, exhale your breath up through the top of your head, up through this channel, all the way up into the Oversoul. Inhale it back down the channel, exhale it back up, then bring the breath back down. If you see or feel any dark accumulated debris, use your breath as a scrub brush to clean it out. As you move your breath up and down, past the loosened debris on up the channel to your Oversoul. Your Oversoul always stays clear and clean. You know, I think this is, for me, kind of like, I ask God to, you know, we fragment our souls each and every day by the things we say and do. Sometimes they're just little fragments, and sometimes they're bigger fragments. And sometimes we have a day of that's divine, and we don't fragment our souls. The soul can get fragmented by lying. That's a big one. Certainly, like what the perps do. That's really big. So I ask God to, find my lost soul parts, the fragmented ones, and cleanse them and reintegrate them to the body of my main soul. So I think that's what they're saying there. I've just not heard of it as an oversoul. So how do I know when I make contact? With your hands, feel the space that sits above your head. This is the area that contains your thoughts. You must use your breath or consciousness to push up past your own thoughts to get into that space that holds your oversoul. In the beginning, it may be difficult to know that anything is happening. Your communications may be so subtle that you are not able to separate them from your own thoughts and feelings. That is why it is important to push up above the space that contains your own thoughts. The more you use the channel, the more perceptive you are to the communications that flow down it. I'm just looking over the questions here. The name of this book, he says Advanced Hyperspace Oversoul and Deprogramming Techniques by Stuart Swerdlow. He has a link there. The name of this book is The Hyperspace Helper, as a matter of fact. And it's got some really good stuff in it. And it's easy. It's just a little over 100 pages. It's really easy to read. I just want to see it. I'm just looking at some of these questions to see if there might be something very, very helpful. He has symbols that I have found to be helpful. He says to clean out the pineal gland and to connect, the right and left hemisphere of the brain. He says to think of, the middle of your forehead. It sits deep, the pineal gland. He says, and you should do this at least once a day. He said, think of a cross, whether it be a cross like, a T-bar cross or a cross that lines in the center of the cross. Whatever you come up with usually is your genetic background, what kind of cross that you have in your mind. So you put that cross in the center of your pineal gland, and you make that area all royal blue in color because it's your sixth chakra. And Stuart says that royal blue is the color, and other people say it's indigo, but when he said that made sense to me because for years before I even heard of him, I thought of it more as royal blue. Or else you can do this to, if you can't do the cross thing in your head, you can think of a target, like the targeted circles. You know how the store Target does red and white? Instead of doing that, do royal blue and white. And Swerdlow says the reason why Target does it red and white is because that is a subconscious signal to you to come into their store and buy stuff. All these symbols that, cars have symbols, the Toyota has a symbol, they all have some deeper subconscious meaning. I'm reading what says that we are a fractal of our greater selves. Yes. And signs and symbols rule the world. Oh, I agree with that. Oh, yeah. And they want you to kind of go nuts on all the signs because I pay attention to them and I discard them if I don't like them or I know their meaning is dark. But see, because people go along in their everyday lives and they're picking up all this, they're seeing all these symbols and signs, and the subconscious, they can see everything, where you consciously might just disregard that. It's like when you're listening to the radio, driving in the car, I make sure that if the song says, I'm so down and out, and this is the worst, and I'll turn the channel, or I change the words so that doesn't dump into my subconscious. And I know that sounds kind of maybe out there, but it really is meaningful. Like I was, before my second husband was my husband, I was living with him, and he had this painting that sat in front of us where we sat to watch TV or just sat and talked with each other, and the painting was so dark. It was evil. And I would look at it, and I try to avert my eyes because I didn't like how the painting was. I just despised the whole painting. And the person that painted it, I didn't have any history on him, but I didn't like him or her, who that might have been. And so one day I said to him, "Why do you like that painting? Because I find it dark. If you like it, I don't mean to offend you, but I find it extremely dark, and it's almost nauseating to me." And he said, "No, I don't like it either." I said, "Well, why do you have it up there?" Well, his mother had given it to him. And I said, "Well, would you mind? I mean, it's right in front of us, and that's going into our subconscious. Would you mind if we put something else up there?" And he said, "Not at all." So he's telling his mother this story later on, and she wasn't real fond of me. She wasn't fond of anybody that dated him. So it wasn't just me. But so he's telling her the story, how that painting bothered me, and it really bothered him too. And she got all pissy with him because it turns out that she gave him the painting, and the painting was painted by a former boyfriend of hers who was in the mafia. So, and that's one of the reasons they separated and everything, because he was mob. And that made all the sense in the world to me then, why I didn't like that painting. And but she got mad. She didn't like the painting, but she didn't want to throw it away, so I guess she wanted him to look at it. But anyway, that's why I'm really fussy about any painting I might have or anything I hang on the wall. But that painting, there was some symbols like hidden in that painting, and I picked up on it. It was just awful, the whole thing. So anything you put up on your walls or anything like that, I mean, you might want to think about, because if you don't like it, you're walking by it how many times a day? A lot. So anyway, the guy was really evil. And I hope to God he's not listening to this. Deb, are you on the call? I think I saw your name there. Come and talk to me. Anybody. I think I saw her name. Or Setsa, get on the call and say something. I just knew you were going to do that. Say you were going to write something, or you were going to get on and say something. Something good happened to me recently, and this is rather shallow, but I was at one of these discount stores, and I just love shoes. And I don't always get to buy them like I used to because my money is spent on usually shielding. And I thought, oh, don't even go look at the shoes because I really could use some more Kevlar for shielding, which really does help. And so I was I don't know if you guys have this store where you're at. It's called Ross, and their shoes are name brand, but they're discounted to where a person can afford them. I got a pair of, I sound so shallow, but I'm so happy about this. I got a pair of Donna Karan boots for $39.99, regularly $89. And I've never had Donna Karan anything because, well, her brand is so expensive, and they are just the cutest boots. So I was really happy. It's like I got a Christmas present, because I didn't get a Christmas present from anybody. Oh, that's a lie. I got a bonus at work, but I didn't get a Christmas, present. So when I saw those shoes, I thought, this is my Christmas present. And I haven't worn them yet, but I'm going to wear them this week. And they are cute. Oh, they're Donna Karan boots. Not that matters, and I'm usually not into that stuff unless it's shoes. If it's shoes, oh, I just love shoes. They make me happy. Yeah, it was a nice fine set. It was. I mean, but when I saw the price tag, and you know what? So I'm trying on these other boots. Now the other boots are like $21. And I thought, God, I should just buy the cheaper boots instead of buying the more for $39.99. And I thought, I'll never find another pair of Donna Karan boots like this again. So I got them, and they are cute. I'll take a picture of them. I don't know how you do that though yet. I don't know how to get pictures from my phone into the computer. I have no idea how to do that. Maybe there's some kind of connection or something. Oh, I'm going to look on this link here let's see. No, they're a little bit shorter. Those are cute, though. They're a little bit shorter, and they're black, and then around the rims, they have black fur. Oh, my God, they're cute. These are nice, too. But see, that heel's just a little too high for me. However, I would like the height added to my 4'11" 3/4" height, but that's too high. Mine have heels, but they're not that high. Those are cute. I wonder how much those are. Usually Donna Karan boots are 4'11" 3/4", right under 5 feet. And it's hard because it's hard reaching things, but I've got a really great ladder, and I spent money on a decent ladder. And today it worked out good because I had to change light bulbs in my apartment. They have those damn light bulbs, with the twirly little light bulbs, you guys. They're like... I can hear a buzzing from them, kind of a ringing, and I don't like that because I'm so sensitive to sound, but I can hear a ringing. I don't know if it's a ringing or a buzz. It's kind of like a buzz sound, and so I had to get up, in the bathroom and then get on the. I was able to avoid the counter, just kind of lean into it and change those light bulbs. And then I have 2 light bulbs that are high up above my, God, I must be boring everybody, but they're above the island in the kitchen, and they had those darn light bulbs there again that, and when you go by them, you can hear the buzzing. Now, there is some talk in the literature that they use these for mind control purposes, like the street lamps. Yeah. Well, when I changed these, it was better. And these LED, I don't like the LED. And they promoted these a long time ago because they said it's the green way of being, like for the environment. And I don't think they're good. And they took the incandescent bulbs away. But see, I had some old incandescent bulbs, and I had bought them because I knew they were going to do this. And it's hard to find them. You can still find some. And now they have this kind that is, they say it's like the old incandescent bulbs, but I don't think they are. Sets in Canada, do you still have incandescent bulbs? Oh, they have some. They're hard to find. I can find them sometimes at the dollar store, but I don't find them in the regular stores at all anymore. They're all this other stuff. Does somebody else want to talk? No? Deb?
I'm on the call. I'm just listening. I'm not feeling well.
Oh, please talk. Take the call. Talk.
Hey, I just don't feel well today. I haven't felt good in a couple of days. I took a long trip to visit family for Christmas. And I started getting hit really hard as I got closer up the mountain to where I live, and things have been really rough.
Oh, I'm
very,
sorry,
very.
Huggy. Oh, that's awful.
It seems like as soon as I try to better my life again, it all starts all over again. And I have big Skynet after me. Like, I don't have neighbors come at me. Originally, it's Skynet, and it's a big artificial AI just chasing me down.
I think we're going to see more of AI before it all. I'm really tired of AI. I think it was the worst invention ever made.
Well, when you really get into how powerful it is. The NSA is behind this with the CIA and the Department of Defense. It's global. And if you listen to Ted's talk, and there's some very highly credible defense people that have come forward, and they say the thing's going to end up killing us. And when I hear it coming at me from the sky, it's exactly how I heard this guy say it the other night. I can't think of his last name, darn. And I'll hear it open up and come over my way, and then close up. It's kind of strange how it does it up in the sky, the net of the sky. And it's terrifying. And
you feel it when it before it starts?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do. But I was always intuitive all my life.
Yeah.
It's like I'm super aware. And I actually, with HAARP and all, I kind of seen this in the sky years and years ago, and I felt there was something happening up there, but I just didn't get it. I glanced up and what is going on in the whole sky, but I had to keep going to work, college, work, whatever. And that was when some strange things were starting to go down, and that was after 9/11. I didn't really realize till I was out and out targeted till fall, like the fall of 2005. Although for some years there I was being followed, but I related all of it to that highly litigated lawsuit I was in. If that wasn't creepy enough, and come to find out, it had everything to do with it because they came out of D.C. after me, Washington, D.C.
You know what, Huggy? I think that when they put us to sleep, I have felt that that's the AI doing that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you just start to get this really sleepy feeling. I think the AI also messes up our typing, our wording when we're writing something. And it picks up because it picks up the algorithms and what it's stupid. The AI is stupid at times, and you could sense what's going on. I agree with you. I think a lot of people that are targeted in these groups, I think a lot of them are highly intuitive. I think that's another reason they don't care for us, because we have a sense of knowingness, and they don't like that. They don't want you to know anything.
So some of the super soldiers that have come forward, and there's been numerous ones that I find highly credible. I've even spoken to Robert Duncan and Finian a couple times. They all say, and they are targeted. They're targeting what they went through was pure hell when they were in the dumps and the MILABs, military labs, and they say it's like the same thing, but they probably have been through worse. They do it to split their minds, and the whole thing is for weapon testing, and also they wanted assassins. That's it. I mean, you look for a deep reason, there is none.
I heard that Duncan O'Finian's testimony on Project Camelot is very interesting. There's another kid that I call him a kid. He's like in his 20s, I think. He had that dolphin programming done to him. I can't think of his name. Did you see that one on Project Camelot?
McCullen?
Yeah, I think that's his name. Yeah, I'm not sure, but it sounds familiar. Go ahead.
So he came up with warnings. He was third generation. Aaron McCullen.
That's him. Yes. Aaron McCullen. Yeah, he was really interesting. Did you see on Project Camelot? I listened to it today. That Paladin has an interview with one of the white hat guys. And he's very knowledgeable about, the financial industry. Listen to it when you get a chance, Huggy. It was a really good interview.
Okay, well done. There's so much out here. I can't keep up half the time anymore. I mean, and I'm slowing down. I get hit. I'm getting hit in the organs a lot, and I know it's this nanites. That's the last thing that they dragged Versace out for. Oh, and if you go over to WikiLeaks, just put a search in for targeted individuals. Oh my God, all the files that come up.
I know. Back in 2004, when this was happening to me, there was hardly anything on the computer about it. Sosby, Daryl Sosby's site was most helpful to me. I loved him. What they've done to him.
In 2004, it was like I knew things were going down, and I could tell there was something strange out going on, and I still wasn't really aware of chemtrails or anything else. And I didn't even realize all them years. I knew I was going from law firm to law firm. Lawyers were selling me out left and right, acting strange. And then, and then I just kept it there. And then I didn't know all of you existed. That was probably another 5 years before I did. I didn't know. I thought it was just in my world, and it was like worse than a Born Identity. It was bad.
Hey, Toomey,
And
what are you eating? Are you eating Doritos? What are you eating?
Sorry, I thought I was on mute.
Oh my God, Toomey. Sorry, Huggy.
That's all right. A story came out. Lorraine sent it to me. If you look for it, it's in the news. It's Falls Church, Virginia, and a judge he just voted. He decided he was against surveillance. Said there was over 1 million of us. I forget how many here in this country. 43,000 maybe. It wasn't as much as I thought, although that's enough. And I think it had to do a Muslim group actually sued over here. But the problem is the judge handed it all over to the FBI.
Really?
Uh-huh. Handed it right back to them. So, but yeah, a judge ruled against Falls Church, Virginia, against the surveillance and terrorist watch list. I mean, we might as well face it, that's probably what we're on under FISA.
Wasn't
Yeah, it's
that
bullshit.
Trenga, that Judge Trenga or something like that, that
Yes.
said it was unconstitutional?
Yeah, it should be, but he handed it right back over to, the ones I don't trust.
So
I did all my life.
He handed it back over to the FBI, saying they can figure it out, or I mean, it's unconstitutional. If he deemed it unconstitutional,
Right.
I'm confused about it.
Really.
Hello?
There isn't a whole lot about the story. You gotta, just, I think it's at Columbia.com, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello.
Yes, hello. This is obviously what this is a terrorist watch list, but if you see the people that participate in the gang stalking on the street, you can tell that most of these people look like typical lowlives.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, to say the least, yes.
Know that if it's in a secret court, you already know how that's going to go. You're going to get railroaded. That's why it's in a secret court. I already said, you can go ahead and press charges, arrest me, press charges, and set it for trial. And we'll get this shit over with.
I want us all to write to FISA. What I'm going to do is I'm going to write to the court, and I'm going to say, look at this guy, he deemed it unconstitutional, Trenga did, and I'm just going to go on what I know. I'm going to say that, and I'm saying, because I believe that I've been put on a watch list, and I want you to, tell me how that came about, and because it was illegal. The whole thing was illegal, and it's caused me great grief, and I want you to respond to my FOIA. I'm going to say that. Now, whether they do or whether they don't, I don't really care. I've done my part, and that's another thing I'm going to do in the new year is go back to getting my FOIAs done,
if I had it my way, we'd throw a lawsuit on the NSA.
Oh, yeah.
They are, nobody ever voted for them. They're unconstitutional. They were started by the CIA, and the CIA were started by the Nazis. The U.S. brought them in. I believe the U.S. At that time, they were already infiltrating them in Project Paperclip, and it was bigger pride than even that. We've had a lot of treason.
Hey, Huggy, didn't Project Paperclip happen during World War II and not after World War II? I thought that you were doing it during World War II.
After.
Oh, it was after. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
1947. And then by 1972, they had the secret space program already up and running. And when I realized how many people behind the scenes were unaware of that tried to come forward, maybe. I mean, if they assassinated Kennedy and his brother, and they assassinated them.
CIA did that.
Oh yeah, but where when you look at that, where was my grandparents knew something was going on. They raised me. They were up in age, and they were trying to carefully explain to me as a 14-year-old what to do in the future. And then next thing you know, they come up dead, both of them.
Oh wow!
And then, oh yeah, and as a teenager, I don't want to go into it, but some things happened to me, and it's pretty obvious it
Were
connects
they
to this.
in the military at all, Huggy?
No, but their sons were. All three of them were over in the war.
Okay.
And one of them died strangely over here. Very strange under, medical, because what I realize is a lot of this is from WikiLeaks, science and medical science, my labs, military. Yep. Science. NSA and CIA. There's a WikiLeaks file called On the Take and Loving It. Everybody here should read it.
On the Take and Loving It.
On the Take and Loving It. Yep.
Does anybody know what about Julian
Hmm?
Assange? Has anybody heard of anything recently about him?
No, I was just thinking of him earlier. I'm going to run a check on it tonight. I just know that the last time he was in court, he couldn't even say his name, and he looked horrendous when they dragged him out, because the last thing he talked about was nanites, which is nanotech from chemtrails in the air. He said it was in the air.
He probably couldn't detox, from that. The nano's really been bothering me lately. Oh, my God, on the detox foot bath. Oh, the amount of black dead nano coming out. There are all these specks, and no wonder I feel so good after doing one. But I'll tell you, that's the best thing I've ever bought. I got the one that it was $150, but I got to tell you, it's the best thing I've ever bought. Next to this automatic kitty litter box for a cat I used to have that cleaned the box every time. That was a good buy. But this foot bath, but you can't do it. I do it about once a week, and I was doing it every other day, but it's too draining. And Neil told me, don't do that often. That's you can wipe yourself out. He said, don't do it more than twice a week. Then I read the instructions, Huggy, and it did say do not do over 3 times a week.
I had one heck of a detox all night last night. It really hit. I could literally feel every inch of my bowels, without the risk sounding, and cleaned me out. It was great. Boom, here comes the AI Skynet, zooming back and forth, and within seconds, it only has to hit you with one little thing, and boom, it just took me down again, and this happens to me all the time, and I'm so frustrated from it. And I'm sure my algorithms are up real high, I'm here all alone, and I've been chased all over the doggone place, and I'm tired, I'm just tired. I guess a lot of
David, did you want to say something? Was that David? I think you started to say something.
I was just going to ask if anybody knew what Frank was going to talk about tonight on his radio program.
Mind control, I think he said. I'm not sure. Frank just put in a little comment to all of us. He might be on a break. Hi, everybody, he says. Hi, Frank.
Hi. Yeah, hi, Frank.
So, do you have the link, David, to go to RBN?
Oh yeah, I could. I'd have to drop the call and call in and listen to it on my telephone. But I'll listen to it on the archives later.
That's what I usually. Sometimes I go over there, but I like to listen when he tape records it, and it's pretty good. There was a good one recently with Marilyn, and Marilyn's a great guest on there, and I think it's her boyfriend. I'm not sure, but he doesn't believe in the targeting, and of course she does because she's getting targeted. and he gave reasons why he didn't believe in it. I can't think of his name, but did anybody hear that one?
How the hell does that work as a relationship? You're a target individual and somebody's sitting there discrediting you, debunking.
Well, that happens a lot, and because what I find is weird is one is targeted and one is not, because oftentimes they'll target the whole family, unfortunately, including children, which is disgusting. But anyway, yeah, that happens a lot. That's why they split up a lot of people. They had a lot to do with messing with my marriage.
My relative in front of me, and she's almost 90. I can't make that up. It was horrible.
Well, say it again, Huggy. I only got part of that. What was that?
I watched them target my aunt, who's almost 90, repeatedly. Even fly planes over her house. While I was down there the other day for Christmas, they flew a helicopter right over her rooftop. It vibrated her whole big house, and I was fine. I slept like a baby the first night there, and right after that, I thought, oh no. And the whole house, they had been heavy chemtrailing, heavy, and so that vibrated the whole house, and I could feel the fibers just coming down everywhere.
Oh. Does your aunt know that she's targeted?
She did a few years ago. I don't think anymore. No.
Okay.
She did though at one time. She was helping me a few years back. She literally was helping me. She would run around the house, quick unplug the refrigerator.
That's nice. I don't talk about this with my friends or family. I just find it's just easier that way. It kind of makes it weird, though, like you're living two different lives or something.
Yeah. I agree. When I grew up with one gal, she moved down to North Carolina, married, and I knew her very well. She was a good friend of mine. When I got a hold of her, and I just was feeling strange, and they were, at that time, shooting me from the sky into my teeth a lot, and in the side where I had surgery. And she knew immediately. And she said, they said it to me offhandedly, and they even at one point said, we watched a movie, we rented it about people getting targeted with cell phone towers.
I see more and more. Go ahead. What?
I'm sorry.
I guess
what were the cell towers capable of doing?
What was that?
What's that?
What were the cell towers capable of doing? How were they being targeted with cell towers?
Well, the cell phone towers hit us as well as connecting to the cell phones. And that's the electromagnetic frequencies as well as microwaves. We get hit with them as well. You know that, don't you? I remember driving from Maryland to Florida, back and forth. I was with my pets. I was just in a state of shock when it first happened. And every cell tower, and sometimes there were two at a time, every cell tower I got hit. I dreaded it all the way down 95, and they're everywhere. And people used to follow me everywhere. They had cell phones up to their ears. And that told me they were, and I looked, and I found Alfred Webre, Elena Freeland, Deborah Tavares, many others. And this is where you find out that the cell phone was made to communicate with the brain. And I get them thoughts, fake thoughts put in my head, and they're used as a weapon, but I get them inside my head, like a cell phone call, almost.
Yeah. Yeah, and guess what? One day we're probably going to be rounded up and shipped off to some work camp.
Oh, shut up.
Complete. I'm just saying it's a possibility. I mean, I hate to be all doom and gloom, but we have to, we have to recognize that as a real possibility. That's all I'm saying.
I honestly don't think they have to do that if everything's wireless. What need would they have?
It's a total shame.
With 5G, 5G is military beam weapon.
It's a total sham. It's a setup. crimes against humanity, cruel and unusual punishment from the top, from the highest levels of government.
I keep hoping more whistleblowers will come forward.
Yeah.
We need bigger, more of them.
Amen.
Somebody needs to shut it down.
I know. I'm hoping and dreaming and praying.
Yeah.
This is going to be the decade, the 20s. We're going to get our lives back. Our lives are going to recover some sense of normalcy.
Whatever that may be worth now. Nobody can, they could never replace our lives destroyed and gone.
Yeah, I know.
Never. And when it first started, I had a beautiful home.
Well, people that you knew, that you had a relationship before, they just automatically dropped you in a heartbeat, turned their back on you based on some slander. I guess they weren't really worth it anyway. That's just ridiculous.
No, I had a whole area turn on me overnight.
Yeah.
They just literally finger right overnight. And,
they ain't worth it.
No, well, I don't look at it like that. I see it as the AI did it all, supercomputers, and I blame this. This is CIA, NSA, Department of Defense. I blame them. Period.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's either the fusion centers, the intelligence agencies, or some secret branch of the military.
I blame the FBI. Even though CIA started all of this, I take it personally from my own targeting. I blame the FBI. And the FBI started the fusion centers. They roped in InfraGard and, appealed to their egos and say, hey, we'll give you a badge to wear. And when you go into people's house, this is for paramedics and stuff, you have the opportunity to check out things and then report back to us. Tell us everything. I just think that the FBI, Donald Trump lies a lot, but I'll tell you, everything he has said about the FBI is absolute truth. They are disgusting and despicable, and anybody that calls them, they get hung up on, and that is no way for any government employee to ever be. They have no right to hang up on anybody, and they do it frequently, and I don't know why that hasn't been stopped.
When I called them, they laughed at me. They knew who I was as soon as I called, and they laughed at me.
They laughed at you. Well, at least they laughed at you because they usually hang up. They've hung up on Karen Stewart. Somebody was talking the other day that they called and they hung up on them. I've called them a couple of times. They've hung up on me, and I think, how dare you? How dare you? You take taxpayer money and you hang. It's just incredible to me that the things they get away with. That's just a little thing. That's just it's the arrogance. It's the arrogance of them. They lied about all those, NSLs, the national security letters. They handed those out, and they discovered back in 2008 that they lied about that. They got in trouble then. And again, they lied. They don't stop with their filth. And now the FISA court's thinking, well, they don't want to be blamed for all this, so they pointing the fingers back at the FBI. Well, they shouldn't have ever, lied about to get the warrant. And so they just lie and they lie and they lie. And you know what their motto is? F for fidelity, B, what is the B? I forget. The I is for integrity, which they are not. I forget what the B stands for. But bastards is what it should stand for. Oh, the way they conduct their behavior is, they think they know everything, but maybe somebody could call up and offer some information that they didn't know. It's their arrogance that is unfathomable, Huggy. It's very upsetting that I always thought, well, You know, they're the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So I had them elevated like they really know how to investigate something. I had them elevated that way. They don't know their heads from their asses. And that's the truth. They thought I was somebody else, a person that happens to be 5'7" and I'm 4'11" and 3/4. And she has a record and I didn't, and they were pretty much insisting that I was this other person that lives in New York. She had my same birth date, and so they got it all all wrong, but they thought I was lying to them when I said, no, I've never gone by that name. I don't know who that person is. So I found out later from an NCIC report. So, the databases are full of mistakes, and the FBI, the so-called investigators that they rely upon these databases that are full of mistakes. So if they had to figure out a crime in the good old-fashioned way, they wouldn't know how to do it. They rely totally on technology instead of their God-given brains. So, I'm sorry to go on and on about them, but it's like the FBI to me is more criminal.
I have to admit, I think I read, I don't know if it was Veterans Day, that the CIA took the 2 top positions over the FBI. The FBI was trained by the CIA, I know that, sometime after 9/11. What I understand through Kevin Shipp, the CIA whistleblower, Kevin Shipp, and Dr. Robert Duncan and others, that it's, the CIA, and former Senator Ron Paul, that the CIA couped the government and the military. They did a coup. That, if you hate the FBI, I hate the CIA.
I know,
Hey.
and I understand you hating them because the CIA did create. They created the whole targeting or the whole gang stalker thing. It's right out of their playbook, and I understand all that. But I think the FBI is more criminal.
If this isn't traumatizing, I don't know what is. This is horrific. It's horrendous.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's inhumane. Go ahead, David. What?
I was just gonna say it's an everyday, all-day nightmare, a wide-awake, real-time nightmare. And and then do you listen to John Stettmiller on RBN at all? He's always talking about the corrupt FBI. He says he's gonna see the FBI turned destroyed. Really, that's what John Stettmiller says. He's always talking about the corrupt FBI. Have you ever listened to him? On RBN?
No, I'm gonna have to look at it.
I was muted. I haven't listened to him.
Oh, he's on at 6. Well, I don't know what time zone are you in?
I'm in Mountain Time zone. Mountain Time.
What time is it right now? Is it 7 o'clock? 2 hours? No, that's Pacific time.
No, it's
1 hour behind.
8:46 p.m.
Okay, he's on at 5 o'clock your time on RBN Frank's radio station. He's on at 5.
What's his name again?
John Stettmiller. You can listen to him on the archives on the RBN Republic Broadcasting Network website.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, and he was just talking the other day about the Patriot Act, our constitutional rights being destroyed, and these people going around talking to your neighbors, your coworkers, your bosses, and how everybody will pretty much turn their back on you and disown you because they heard that you're under investigation and so.
Yeah, and they hand some of them national security letters, and in that letter it states, this person is under investigation and blah, 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 and you're not to discuss this with anybody, otherwise you could land in jail. So, that's pretty serious if you're just your average everyday citizen, which most of us are. I certainly am. And, they get one of those letters. Well, you know what I'd do with a letter like that? I'd rip it up in front of the FBI agent's face. Here, Take this debris and get out of my face. I can't stand them. They're liars.
I know. If they told me, like, say, like, my son, they said, oh, your son's under a federal investigation, I just listen to them and be like, all right, and just leave. You know.
Well, they hand out that national security letter, which is quite threatening. And people, then they think they can't even go see a lawyer about it. The whole thing is quite threatening, and this is why FISA is all up in arms, because the FBI went and got warrants to hand out those things, and the FBI lied to the FISA judges to get those warrants. All of it's illegal, and the FBI just keeps thinking they can just do whatever they want. So, you know, I know what Huggy's saying about CIA, because they're bad. I understand that. But I think the FBI has far surpassed how they are. You know, the CIA did start NSA, and all that is highly secretive, blah, blah, blah. But the FBI, they're slimy. They're slimy snakes in the grass. They do slimy things. I just don't like fraud, and I don't like lying. And that's their definition. They're fraudulent liars. That's all they amount to nothing. Go ahead.
The lies I was just gonna say, you know, the lives that they have destroyed, you know, on this secrecy and lies and deception. They're monsters, whoever these people are.
Yes, they are monsters.
They got all kinds of blood on their hands. I can only imagine the people that have committed suicide or murder or acts of violence due to the mind control or just the outright rage created by gang stalking harassment. Hello?
Well, they just don't learn what I don't understand is, okay, in 2008, there's a long file by the IG about, you know, the crimes the FBI was doing with it. At that time, they were even going one step further. They were calling them exigent letters, meaning it was an emergency before they could get the FISA court to give them a warrant to hand out national security letters. So what they did is they went to the neighbors and they handed out this letter that says, look, that person's under investigation, don't interfere in this. They tainted the reputation of the person, okay? So, but they didn't even have but David, they didn't even have a warrant. They said the idea of the exigent letter was to hand those out, and then within 24 hours they're supposed to get a warrant for it. But they didn't. They didn't.
Oh yeah, they don't get. And they don't need a warrant.
So they got in trouble. This is clear back in 2008. They got in trouble because they were supposed to follow the law, and they didn't. Quite a number of times, I might add. And then recently, with this whole FISA court thing, they're doing the same damn thing. They don't learn their lessons, and there doesn't seem to be any consequences for them. They're not helping anybody. They're not helping America. They're not helping us. They just go around acting like they are. They're con artists. That's what they are. And I'm glad they listen to these calls. They're shameful human beings. Very shameful. They're not even human. They've dehumanized themselves. Okay, I'll shut up.
They are traitors. They are traitors to this country.
Oh, indeed. Indeed.
They are traitors.
So, you know, I know where, Huggy, if you're still on, and I hope you feel better, I know where you're coming from about the CIA. And we each have a place where we dislike one group over another. Some people just cannot stand DHS. I don't like them either. But the number one top on my list for not liking, and that doesn't make me, what do you call that, an anarchist? That doesn't make me an anarchist. That makes me very smart for not liking a thug group like the FBI, because they are thugs, and they are rogue, and they don't follow the law. I don't think a lot of it they even know the law. I don't even think they even read their policies. That's another thing. They had an open book test, and they got all of them cheated on that. Well, most of them. I don't know if it was all of them. The IG went on that. They don't learn their lessons. Geez, if somebody tells me, okay, you better do this, so like I say, if I get a parking ticket, well, then I'm cognizant of not getting another parking ticket. I just think that, it's a good idea if you're law enforcement, you should be following the law more than anybody. You should be above anybody for following the law, and they break it more than the criminals sometimes. So how do you go after the criminals when you're a criminal yourself? Oh, I know I sound mamby-pamby, and I know I sound, like I just don't understand that. I mean, how could you legitimately work in a job where you're law enforcement? You should be upholding the law to the nth degree. And, I know I sound naive and all of that, but you should be doing that. And they don't. It's this arrogance. And in that book, 1984, you know what they said? The guy said about societies, like how our society has become? The downfall of the society is the arrogance. That was in 1984.
Yeah.
They forgot who they work for.
Yeah.
They're civil servants.
They work for themselves.
When you get that powerful, you forget. That's what I think one of the problems is.
Yeah, they work for themselves.
And
it's all about their power and control structure.
And the more research I do on them, the sicker it gets. They are corrupt, and they've been corrupt probably most of our lives.
John Scanlon says they were based on corruption.
Hello?
They were based on corruption with that cross-dressing fag J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah, we had a lot.
Did somebody want to say something? I think I heard somebody.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I agree with you folks. I feel based on my experiences, I feel like I'm trying to defend democracy every day. That's what I'm trying to do, because I feel like what's happening to me, the perps who have been harassing me for years are traitors to democracy. They don't believe in freedom and justice for all, like in the Pledge of Allegiance, liberty and justice for all. So that's my whole thing is to try to defend democracy in America, because I don't think they're doing that. If they really stood for freedom and democracy, they would not bother us.
I had a state-level detective tell me in 2010, he looked at me and said, the ones that are doing this to you, he said, it's a nation of traitors to your Constitution and Bill of Rights. And there were 5 or 6 of them that told me. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I'll never forget that.
Yeah. And the United Nations, the Geneva Convention, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, all of that. My human rights, there's like 30 articles in that last document, and over a dozen of my human rights have been violated. And it makes me angry sometimes. This is not supposed to be happening in the land of the free, as you all know. It's not supposed to. Why are we still having to deal with this?
You have every right to be angry. We all have every right to be angry.
I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it.
If it didn't make you angry, you wouldn't be human.
Right. I mean, we're all here because, some of us are angry sometimes. I mean, it just gets tiring to have to be defending democracy every single day. It's like, and no American should have to live like this.
No, I agree.
And you spoke of the flag.
Like somebody said it's shameful, and it is.
Well, you spoke of the flag and the Pledge of Allegiance. You know what? The FBI spits all over the flag. They've stomped and spit all over our United States Constitution.
I said
they
that
don't
on another
about any of that.
I said that on another call. That whenever they harass me, they're shredding the American flag, they're shredding the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. That's what they're doing every time they harass me. And it pisses me off.
Yes, this is really bad. It's like the worst thing for me about being targeted and all that I've been through and the pain and suffering. I got to tell you, it really did something psychologically to me and hurt me that this is what our country has become. It was such a wild, rude awakening that this is how things really are.
It's a global problem. Global problem.
Yes, it is.
There's like, over 1 million TIs globally? There's like, I think Dr. John Hall said he thought there were around 300,000 in the U.S. I think he was talking about the U.S. I don't think
well over 1 million.
Yeah, I do too.
This judge.
Anyway, it's good. It's good to have you folks to talk to have people who actually understand what's going on, what I'm dealing with, because most people have no idea, right?
No.
Isn't that what your experience is? Yeah, most people have no idea.
Time. Yeah, because we know about all this, and
Yeah.
People aren't going to make fun of you here.
Yeah, and because they haven't become TI, so they have no clue what you're talking about. They might even call you names because they're so clueless about what's really going down,
Yeah, let it happen to them and see how they handle it.
Yeah, like what's around the corner, they have no clue.
Yeah, because it's going to affect almost everybody at some point, any average person, one way or another. If not them, somebody that's close to them.
Is Frank still here, or is he gone?
He's on the RBN radio station. He'll be back in a minute. He's probably. Oh, hi, Frank.
Okay.
Hi.
Oh, he's there. Hi, Frank.
Hi.
Yeah, it's just I wasn't going to say much tonight, but I just can't stand it sometimes. I just get so fed up with having to fight for democracy every day. This is not supposed to be happening. These people who are doing it are supposed to know better. They're just traitors to democracy. It just makes me so irritated.
Unfortunately, they don't know any better. And I think Richard will probably be back here in a few minutes. Yeah, we had a good show.
I can barely hear you.
You can, okay. Want me to turn up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now that you're back, I'm going to get something to eat, Frank.
Okay. Hey, thank you for taking the calm.
No problem. I probably bored people because nobody talked at first, so I just kept talking,
Just let them go. They have fun that way.
I can barely hear you.
Okay, I got to turn everything up. I'm working on it. I'm getting it.
All right.
The biggest thing that happened, Frank, is Toomey forgot to mute himself, and he was eating Doritos and chewing very loud, and he didn't even share any of the Doritos.
How's that? Better? Is that okay?
That's better, yeah.
Okay. All right, yeah. I had automatic volume control for RBN.
You left. It just hurt Kevin fellow officers. He's unloaded at least 60 rounds.
What's that?
What was that?
I don't know. I just muted her. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself. It sounds like you're having a discussion in the background. And
you know what, Frank? None of that happened while I was here. I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh God, every perp and their dog are going to come on. But he didn't. I mean, I'm telling you, I am so blessed by God and all of the heavenly beings. They're so good to me.
Well, tonight
Yeah.
was kind of a little religious, but it was strengthening your inner self to cope with this.
Mm-hmm.
And I spoke at length on that. It'll be in YouTube probably in an hour or so or less.
Oh, good.
Under what? On the Massachusetts
The radio show.
what YouTube thing? What?
Yeah, the radio show. And you. You probably won't be in YouTube tonight, but because we're still recording. But Republic Broadcasting will be on YouTube.
So what do you search under on YouTube?
What?
What do you search under when you go to YouTube? What do you look it up under?
Targeted Massachusetts.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
In a robbery case.
What was that?
I don't know. Someone's trying to speak, and
to help identify terrorists, of course.
they're sort of in the background, so I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, I'm just checking my email. I'm waiting for an update. Why, somebody sent me so many emails. They filled up the whole page. You believe that?
Mm. Are you folks in touch with PAX International?
I was on their board for 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
I didn't like it, so I left.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, they're a very nice organization, and they are located in California, and they sort of do a lot of the West Coast meetings and gatherings and whatnot, and they do a great job at it. And we handle the East Coast and East Coast gatherings. And
okay.
We're not doing too bad either. And we work closely with Targeted Justice, and I just went to the last Washington gathering with them, and it was fantastic. I mean, there were like 50 plus people at every night. We went out to dinner, and they just appeared. You know, we said, "Oh, we're going to be here," and they appeared in droves. I'll tell you, it was really great.
And is Ella doing these kind of calls anymore?
I'm sure she is. I mean, I don't follow them, but I'm sure she is. Hi, Midge.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I was just talking about TJ.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
I just mentioned. I did on the show too. But what I was saying is, I just got through going to Washington with you, and how all the dinners had 50 plus people every night. You just tell them you're going to be there, and bang, there's like 50 plus people. Long table together.
Yes. The first night we had over 50, easily. It was over 60, I think. It was really fun. It was great. We're going to do it again.
I can't
If we have to.
I said earlier that there'll probably be, if we have to, there'll probably be a first anniversary of October gathering this coming year. But I might be overstating. I'm not sure.
Well, we just got the congressional calendar today. That's good. Yeah, that's a step in the right direction. And for some reason, it wasn't. They didn't submit it to the public, so they just submitted it.
Okay, great.
So yeah. Anyhow.
Well, we'll start as soon as we get a date. We'll start publicizing it everywhere.
Right. So I was like doing a project, and that's why I was late getting on. I was doing a recap of all the things that we've done this past year, and it's quite extensive. I'm really proud of all the stuff that we've accomplished. So I was just doing a recap on Twitter, and
you know
it's a lot.
You know why we're doing well, Midge?
Well,
because we're good people.
Yeah, that's right. Right. We're just moving forward, right, Frank?
Not hiding anything. Very transparent, and Midge is as honest as the day is long.
I know. It's like, everyone knows my name and practically where I live and so forth and so on. So anyhow, but I was looking at all the stuff that we've done over this past year, and it's our best year yet. And gosh, I'm just so proud of everybody. We were knocking it out left and right. And I've been tired ever since the rally. I'm starting to come around a little bit. We've got some new projects that we're starting up, and I can talk to you more about that later. But, with going to D.C. starting in May and June, me going to over 300 legislators' offices, then going back in October for the rally, that's a lot in 6 months. And then we sent out the cease and desist letters to Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and Harris. Harris has merged with L3. L3 it used to be, trying to think what it used to be. But anyhow, L3 has merged with Harris. And so we have identified them as being 3 key businesses that are involved in all this. I know there's others. So we sent all of them a cease and desist letter. We did hear back from Lockheed Martin, which was big. Heard back from their attorneys. We hand-delivered a letter to Judge Tringa. We sent him other letters. But getting that hand-delivered letter to him in D.C. was very critical. So I was very grateful to the person who helped us, who lives there. And Frank, you helped bundle all the stuff going to the UN Rapporteur on Torture. And he posted more stuff today on Twitter, which is big because this is now out in the open. He's very proactive about what's happening to Julian Assange. It is no secret that he is being hit with dues. His father did a video, an interview with Good Morning Britain, and he flat out said on their major network that it's no-touch torture. He said that's what they call it, and that's what they're using on my son. So I sent him a message and told him to go to our website that we absolutely know what he's talking about. And then I heard from Julian Assange's mother. So at least now they're talking about it, and they know the proper words to use, and it's understood what is happening to him, and now they know that it's also happening to us. So see, it's all coming out, guys.
I have one. Excuse me. I've got one thing to add when you're done.
Oh, go ahead. Add now.
Oh, okay. I discovered something today. National Geographic, February 2018. The whole issue is about surveillance.
Oh.
Very interesting, long article.
Can you, so that's a National Geographic? I'd like to see that. Wow.
Yeah, February 2018. I don't know if you can get it online or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know if you can search for it and see if that.
Yeah, the surveillance is coming out left and right because you've got a whole list of people coming out on Twitter who have now come forward and said that they are being surveilled. And one was Rudy Giuliani. Another one was Tucker Carlson, who's with Fox News. And so there's a huge list of, like, high-profile people who are now comfortable with admitting, coming out and saying that they are being surveilled. So they know.
Yeah, well,
they understand.
Everybody is, as you know. And I think I mentioned EFF.org in the past, the Electronic Frontier Foundation in California. It's a digital rights and privacy law firm who works with the ACLU on these issues. And so, and through our phones and everything else, satellite, you name it, right? So, what a crazy world we've got here now. Anyway, I wanted to just add that.
No, I'm glad you did. Yep.
We have an interview coming up with Legal Coop.
Oh my God, that's awesome!
With who?
Yeah,
Legal Coop.
Yep.
Legal Coop. Yep.
Okay, cool. Is that co-op? Is it co-op? Okay.
He wants 3 hours. It'll be a conference call because we can't get him on radio for 3 hours. And we'll have him on here as soon as we can get a date.
Oh, be sure and let us all know at Targeted Justice so that we can get everybody on here. Oh, that's awesome, because we've called him twice. And we've spoken with the head attorney, because he's a target too. There's also, I spoke about this the other night, there's another, there's an attorney on Twitter. She's in Albuquerque. She has been talking about this as well. And so I sent her a message, and I said, are you a TI? And she says, no, but I have a client who is. So see, it's all coming out, and more attorneys are going to start stepping up to the plate and doing the right thing. So
I'm so glad I found you folks. For a long time, I just, most of us didn't talk to other people because they have no idea what you're talking about, right?
Yes.
So it's good that it's coming out and more people are getting educated on this and sharing it with their friends and, all that. That's really, really great.
That's right. I mean, they don't look at us cross-eyed anymore, right, when we say certain things. They're like, oh, yeah, we're reading about that. Absolutely. It's exciting when you have your own family who's using some of the verbiage, and you're like, okay, what's going on here? And so, it's exciting because we've worked really hard. In the 5 years that I've been talking about it, I've seen tremendous change, especially this last year.
I think physicians need to be educated on this and other professionals, but because most of them probably have no clue.
No, they do know. They do know. There is a group of doctors who have formed a group who are all TIs.
Really? Who are they? Where are they?
Well, they're all over. But I met with the head guy who's brought this group together, and he explained to me, which we all need to understand what's happening. Managed care has gotten so big, and all of the doctors are under the thumb of this cabal. They're owned. So a doctor that I've gotten to know on Twitter, he posted today, I can't wait till we can just get back to good old-fashioned, medicine, doing what we used to do. And he clearly is speaking out about this too. But what's happening to the doctors, and this might help some of us understand, how some of this stuff works, is that they're being told what to say and what to do. If they do not follow through, then they are brought up on charges, and they have to go in front of the it's called PHP board, which is the Physicians Help Program. And the Physicians Help Program gives them two choices. If they don't follow through with what they've told them to do and they say no, then they put them into a mental facility. They have to go into a mental facility for 3 months. So all professions, you see, are being subjected to the same stuff that we are.
Wow.
If they don't agree to do that, then they take their license away. So this whole pocket of doctors have agreed to having their license taken away, and you all need to Google Dr. Catherine Weibel. I'm sorry, Katie Weibel. It's Dr. Katie, W-I-E-B-L-E. Dr. Katie Weibel is the one who has come out and talked about the high suicide rate amongst doctors. It's more than 22 a day. So,
oh, my gosh.
A friend of mine who's a doctor had sent an article to me, and I thought there's got to be more to this. They have to be targets. They know what's going on, and it's really affecting them because they take an oath to do no harm. And so sure enough, that's what I discovered. And then when I was in Massachusetts last winter, then I met up with this head doctor who is forming this group. They're not ready to join our cause yet because of the stigma, and we understand that. Mm-hmm. But eventually they will. I talk to them all the time.
Spell her last name again,
W-I-E-B-L-E.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's the same amount. Aren't there like 22 veterans that commit suicide a day? Yeah.
Absolutely. They're just trying to break these doctors. They're just flat out trying to break them like they try to break us. But then I talked to a former Navy SEAL the other day, and he became an air marshal after 9/11. And it's the same thing with them. If they didn't absolutely go along with the program of what they were being told to do, then they told them they would have to go seek behavioral health counseling. And, of course, they can't do that because that would be a mark on their career, and that would mark them, and they wouldn't be able to get a job. So it's not happening just to us. It's happening to all professions. Absolutely.
That's terrible, yeah.
We have something that has just been green-lighted, and that is the practice of jailing individuals who are unable to pay fines. So if you go before the court and you're a TI and you're broke and you have a fine that's been imposed, normally in the past they would give you a time to pay it. Now you are thrown in jail. Debtors' prisons are once again alive.
Yeah, isn't that awful? It's like a catch-22 being a TI.
Yeah, it is. So watch out, guys. Make sure you have a couple of bucks put away for any kind of fines you might be involved with.
Good advice.
But I didn't want to bring the happy note down. I just wanted to bring that up as a warning, I guess. But yeah, we are winning everywhere.
We are.
We can't, with the kind of push that we have right now, there is no way we cannot win.
That's right. Absolutely.
Okay, Mitch, I'll give it back to you.
Everyone, we're part of history, and like I said, we're going to be the educators that, teach the rest of the world what's happening. And people are clicking in. They are, becoming awake. It's been the efforts of a lot of people, and it's the independent news sources who have been reporting on different things for a very, very long time. It's, the folks who run the podcasts who do these shows. It's the different groups. I mean, gosh almighty, this community has worked hard. So,
well, we're all doing our best to survive this crazy world.
Well, I think everyone's doing their best to survive, but they're also going forward. They're not stopping, and that's the key. Before, I think for the longest time, we didn't really know and understand the whole program, but now we do. It's all coming out. It's all being validated. So everyone should feel so good about that and so proud, and it's not a secret.
Exactly. Yeah, so that gives us all hope.
Like I said, all governors know. Every single governor knows about the surveillance program because they have to sign off on the executive order. Absolutely. What they don't know is that, these lists and stuff are corrupted. But now they can't claim that anymore because we're educating them too, right? So, they can't claim that they were innocent. Everyone needs to be held accountable.
Yes.
It's high treason.
Exactly. War crimes against humanity. Yeah, war crimes against humanity.
There's a difference. Yep, high treason.
So do you folks have lawyers?
Are you a member of Targeted Justice?
Well, yeah, that's something I want to talk. Can somebody call me later about that?
Why don't you send me an email?
I don't email, but I can try it. Okay, go ahead and give me your email address.
You can just send it to Bella, Bella, or I'll tell you what. Can you go to our website, because we have we have targetedjusticemembership.com.
Yeah. Well, see, I tried to do that, but I don't do a lot of things online because that's how a lot of the harassment started for me was online. So I am mostly offline. I haven't been doing email for ages. A lot of the harassment started when I was a blogger.
Well, I can't. It's the holidays, so I'm kind of personally busy. I spend 16 hours a day myself. I know Frank does too, doing this stuff. So when I have a moment to kind of like the holidays to kind of get away from this, I do. So I can't talk the rest for a couple of days at least. But if you want to send me an email, that would be great.
Okay, so what is it again?
Okay, I'll give you my personal email. It's Bella, Bella, Coola, Coola, at protonmail.com.
Okay. I don't have the email account I had got hacked, so I haven't really, that's part of the reason I haven't been emailing. I mean, I've got to figure that all out and figure out what I'm going to do about all that. So. But I can. Okay, so I don't know. I usually just do phone calls. I don't text too much personal stuff.
Well, if you can't shoot me an email first, that'd be great. And then
we'll
just
have
go
to.
from there.
Yeah, I tried to set up a Proton Mail account, and I haven't gotten around to doing that.
Okay.
That's something I'd like to do, just haven't done it. So, because my other account got hacked, so. Yep.
So anybody going to celebrate the new year?
Oh, I'm sure we all are.
Yeah.
Are you doing a show?
Yeah, I have to.
You have to? Okay.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things, you know. A lot of, you know, what I normally did in the past is go in town and celebrate. But this time, that was like over 8 years ago. But since the targeting, I didn't feel like celebrating. And now I'll celebrate with the TIs right here.
Yep. I think we have a lot to celebrate, actually.
Do you have some time, Midge? You going to join us?
To celebrate?
Yeah.
You mean tomorrow night?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I have a little bit of time. I have stuff planned.
Okay.
But if I can, I'll hop on for a little while.
Yeah, just drop in and say hi, that's all.
Okay, yeah. So I'm trying to integrate back into my life as normal a life as possible. And I think we can do that. And it's been very healthy and very good. And interfacing more with a lot of non-TIs and like we used to, you know. I mean, we didn't even know about this stuff. So I'm just determined to get my life back. And we can still, have a normal life. I mean, we can still do that. We can still strive to do certain things that will bring us joy and happiness. I don't care if it's just having a cup of cocoa, hot cocoa in the evening or whatever, just those little tiny things, that make us feel good and be happy, then will promote more good feelings and to propel you forward. But to live this 24/7, to talk about it 24/7 is not healthy. It isn't at all. So I decided yesterday, I haven't done this in a long time, long time, years. My brother and I decided we were going to throw a party, and we had a party. And it was really great. It was, something that I had not done in so long. And I had just decided, I had lost desire, I used to do a lot of entertaining, and I had lost the desire because for some reason we think that we don't deserve to do any of that stuff anymore. But he and I decided that we were going to have this party, and we did, and it turned out really good, and it just, made me feel so happy, and we had family, and we had people there from high school, but it's something that I have worked really hard towards for a long time. And what I had to do with my family and my friends is I had to shut up. I had to stop talking about this stuff. And so for me, it's worked. And slowly, it's taken me years, but slowly, it has worked because it's not about me. I mean, we know what's going on. But that doesn't mean that we have to talk about it all the time, and we certainly don't have to share with, our family all the time or friends. So that's my goal in the new year, I think, is to have more fun and to integrate back into that normal world and not just, I'm not going to let this stuff stop me.
I have a question to ask somebody. If anybody has 5 or 10 minutes to call me sometime. That's probably my preference to texting or emailing or anything else because of my experiences with EH. The TI. That's what I'm comfortable with. If anybody can do that, leave me a message with times to call you back. There's something I want to ask you, but I don't really want to do it over a conference call. So, and I know, maybe after the holidays or something. I don't know.
For the holidays,
Is that
yeah.
possible for anybody?
Yeah. Do you have people that you normally talk to in the community?
Not about this. Nope.
Oh, you don't have a buddy system?
Nope.
Well, you got to start one.
I was trying to find somebody, but then I'm not sure what happened to this fellow here. He disconnected his phone. So I don't know. I haven't really looked into,
Excuse me. You can call me anytime you like at
All right.
508.
Wait, hang on. Let me get a pen that works. Okay. Just a second. 508.
857.
857.
8334.
8334. See, I still can barely hear you, so. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want to ask somebody about this, but not over a huge. I don't even know who's listening to this call right now. There's so many.
We have 27 guests, which is a little low. Actually, it's 11:35, so people are kicking off. But it's Monday too, and
yeah.
Well,
so when the calls start, do people just all say hi and their names at the very beginning, or what?
Yeah.
I've never been at the very beginning of one of these calls.
Okay.
Is that how it works?
That's how it works.
Okay. Because I always miss that part.
Okay. But you can call me anytime.
Okay,
and,
thank you so much.
I interrupted Midge. I'm sure
Oh,
that.
no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. How's my audio, Midge? Am I soft or really quiet?
No, I think your audio is fine.
Okay.
I think it's my phone. I've been having some kind of volume problem with my phone, which I need to look into.
All right. Yeah. I'll tell you a good thing to do, and that's clean it. Is it an iPhone?
Smartphone.
Android?
Yeah.
Just clean out all of your temporary internet files and just clean the phone. Turn it off, leave it off for like 15, 20 minutes, then turn it back on.
Okay. Well, I do a cleaning every now and then. I try to do whatever they call that thing, cleaning. But, okay. I'm going to say good night now.
Okay. Good night.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
So much.
Take care. Happy New Year.
You too. You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Frank, how you doing?
Hi, how you doing?
It's Ann.
Hi, Ann.
Well, that thing that I sent, I just went berserk at Siri because I woke up in one of my crazy rages. That's every day. And I put my finger on the iPad and I started screaming at Siri that why does the CIA have to be the most evil? Did they ever do anything beneficial in their lives? They're as good as the mob. They all kill each other. I mean, I just went on. And that was the answer that Siri gave me. That what I sent to you, the myths about the CIA.
Yeah, I posted that in the newsletter.
I know, I saw it. But that was the answer that I got from Siri. And as I said in the newsletter, I would have never gone onto the CIA website. I mean,
Oh, I go there all
know.
the time.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
Oh.
Gotta see
Well,
what
they're on mine, but I won't go on them because, you know, my thing is don't look into the devil's eyes. Just don't make contact with Satan. I remember, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, when I was a little girl, my father, my father taught me how to fight. I was a little girl. And because he used to say, you're so tiny, you're so small, you really should know how to protect yourself. And he showed me ways to, you know, like street ways to protect myself, you know. And one of the things he said to me, he said, you know, if you know anybody or if you see anybody in one of those organizations, he was talking about the mafia, but he called them something else. He says, never talk to them, never look at them. If they want to talk to you, don't answer them, just turn around and walk the other way. And by no means don't ever, ever have a conversation and let them do anything for you. Don't let them do you a favor. Anything. Just walk in the other direction. And I kind of apply this to what's going on now, only I know it's not, you know, officially the mafia. It's the hired military and industrial complex. But anyway, I don't know why, I just wanted to get that out. And while Midge is on the phone, there is something that I've never even told you, Frank. I always thought that one day I would say it on the call, but then time went by and I never talked about it. And I thought one day maybe I would talk to Midge and tell her about it, but I never did. So might as well say it now. Midge, the night that Ella, all right, was on Ella's call, and she made an announcement she was giving us the information about what happened with the flyers and the fentanyl. Okay, that's how far I'm going back.
Mm-hmm.
And she also said, she goes, gee, she says, I have a number of people on this call that I've never had before. I think she had 120 people or something like that on the call. She said she had an outrageous amount of people on the call. And she made so God knows who else is listening and whatever. Mm-hmm. Next day, I do my thing. I go to the library. And I go to the library and I park my car. And I have my work all over my car. Okay, I work out of my car, so I have a lot of work on my dashboard. And I'm just looking through, like, what I'm going to bring in with me to enter it. And a car pulls up behind me. Now, Frank could tell you I'm not a gang-stalked target. Mm-hmm. And if I was, I'm too stupid to know, so they wouldn't bother doing it to me because I wouldn't even turn around to look at them.
Excuse me.
And
Ann is one of the up at the top of the list for people targeted with R&M. She calls crying sometimes. She calls, and I know that she's getting devastated because I have the same thing. And we should tell you a story sometime, but go ahead, Ann. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, well, mine all started, Midge. I don't know if you ever got any of my emails, but it's DICORP, all right? I'm the one that researches the corporations and the mergers and acquisitions and the CEOs. You know, that's my direction of research because I know who's targeting me. It's DICORP, it's the CIA, and it's the FX. They didn't get me while I was sleeping. They didn't put me in a trance. I hung out with them for 10 fucking days, okay? I thought that, oh, wow, wonderful people, they're protecting our country. And in the meantime, this is what they did to me, okay? So I could name names. I know where I was. I know. I was on an Air Force base that was closed since 1975. I mean, you know, it's bullshit. Anyway, so they're really going to torture me good because I'm like the only person that really knows exactly where my torture is coming from.
No, you're not the only one. Trust me.
Well, I know you, Midge. I know you do. I know you do.
Not, yeah, but there's a lot of people who know.
All right. But a lot of people don't. And a lot of people are fooled by this. This is a game of trickery, okay? That's what it is.
I talk to a lot of people all the time, and there are a lot of people who know exactly what's going on and who's targeting them, and especially the more high-profile targets.
The high-profile, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm talking about, well, I'm not going to get it. I'm just going to finish my story. Okay. So I'm in the parking lot. My car, I turned off my car. I'm looking on my dashboard for my work. And a car pulls up behind me and just pulls up and blocks my car. But I didn't think of it as blocking because I was parked. It wasn't like I was trying to get out. So I just figured, no, I don't know. It didn't bother me in the least. And the man gets out of the car, and he walks up to the car next to me, and he looks at the windshield, okay? He takes out, now to me he's just a man, he's not in the cop's uniform or anything, he's not a police officer, but he has a radio on his belt. So he takes the radio, a handheld radio, out of his belt. He says something. I don't know what he says. My windows are closed. He says something. He puts the radio back, and he walks away from the car that's parked next to me, and he gets back into his car, and he takes off. Didn't think anything of it, right? Didn't think anything. I'm like, wow, I wonder what's wrong with that car. It was a brand new, beautiful, cream white Lexus. And that's the only thing that made me curious was that this car was like such a beautiful car, you know. I was like, gee, I wonder what he was looking at in that car. So actually, when I got out of my car, I actually walked over to the front of the car to see what he was looking at. I didn't see anything unusual, and I went into the library. Do you know it wasn't until the next day that I figured out it wasn't that car he was looking at. It was my car because I was on the call the night before, and they were surveilling the people. I'm sure I wasn't the only one, okay? If you were on the call and all this went around about the fentanyl and all the, I mean, it was a big deal. I mean, they took it seriously, apparently. And, yeah. So, yeah, that's what happened. I hadn't heard anybody else talk about it, but I just thought, you know, wow. They actually found, like, I was on the call, and you know what I mean? That's weird. I was at the library. They knew my car and everything. It's like, I know we're being surveilled, but that's really crazy. And I had nothing to, I had nothing to hide. So I was like totally innocent, really thinking that he was looking at the Lexus and not me. All right. Anyway. Listen, a lot of people think that, their neighbors and their neighbors' children have war weapons, These people take down countries, and they do. They take down countries. They've been doing it for many, 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 many years, all right? These are professionals. These are not children playing with microwave ovens. These are professionals. They have gotten into every aspect of my life, every nook and cranny of my life, all right? I will not accuse my neighbor or my boss or whatever. I will not. I refuse to. And if someone does anything, that's life. Some people are nice. Some people aren't. Some people want to screw you. That's life in general. Everything doesn't have to be about targeting. But, and I'm talking as far as people on the outside. I walk out of my house. I'm not out of my house 3 minutes. I make a friend. I go to work. I went to work. I should have been home a lot sooner. But I just started talking to somebody. And after talking to that person for about a half hour, someone else chimed in, and the three of us just went at it for another hour talking. And I told them about smart meters, and I told them about 5G, and they were like really into it, really into it. So, and I do that wherever I go. I saw some Verizon men climbing up on the poles a few weeks ago. I was like, what are you doing? You're putting in 5G? So the guy comes down and goes, no. I said, thank God. He said, why did you say that? I said, because I don't want 5G in my neighborhood. It's dangerous. Really? It's dangerous? We got into a whole conversation about it. And first he's denying it, and then he starts listening to me. And then he's like, yeah, well, I guess you're right. So I have no problem whatsoever having a conversation with anybody. I refuse to be intimidated. Are they stalking me? Yeah, they stalk me online. The shit they do online to me is unfreaking. In fact, Frank, guess what they did? You know all my pictures of my hair loss? All those years of pictures? They removed my pictures. They're gone. You there?
Yeah, you might look up on, if you're using Gmail, you might look up on your, oh God, what is it? Hold on, I'll tell you. Your Google Drive, if you accidentally click on file sharing, it'll take pictures and documents from your drive and store them on Google Drive.
No, this is on my phone. This is on my cheap, shitty phone.
Okay.
It's just gone. It's just gone. There was 880 pictures. There are now 50. It's gone. All the shit that the pop-ups they take a picture of when I'm on the computer and they pull this shit, I just take a picture. Oh, what did they do to me last week? They did us.prism. They actually put this in my iPad. us.prism123. All right, I took a picture of it. It's gone. My mother, I get on my mother's phone. I'm playing a 94-year-old woman. Can you imagine a 94-year-old woman? This is how they get us on the watch list, all right? I'm on my mother's phone, and I'm looking at her contacts. I'm looking at my brother, and I look under P, and it says P. Qaeda. P. Qaeda. Like Al-Qaeda, spelled exactly, correctly. As if my mother doesn't know how to type in a phone. She doesn't even know where the keyboard is. They put that in my mother's, in an old lady's phone. Can you imagine? These sick bastards.
Well, keep documenting and keep taking pictures best you can. And this time,
do you know how many phones they have destroyed on me? Do you know how many phones have been blown up in my hands? All my proof. They love me taking pictures. They want me to do the proof so they could play cat and mouse with me. The shit they give me will make your head spin. They hand it to me on a silver platter. Here, look at what we can do.
Well, if you share it with other people, then they've got it too. And
really, what can you share? Do you know something? I send out emails. The emails that I'm speaking of, they don't go out.
I'm not talking
Some
about
do.
emails.
What? Who? The people around me? There are no people around me. I don't have
sure
people
there
around
is.
me.
I've got information of my own throughout the TI community. I have TIs that have all of this information and some that are not TIs.
And how do you get it to them?
I just send it through
How?
message, emo, video, chatting. I got a YouTube channel. They can come on to the YouTube channel, look at the videos, copy the videos, and send the video.
Why don't you look up DICORP? DICORP are the IT people for the Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, the United States Post Office, and they manipulate whatever. They may even send you a message tonight from me that I didn't send. God only knows. I probably get messages from people that I talk to that aren't really sending me messages.
Ann?
Yeah, hon.
Midge was kind of in the middle of a presentation, but your message has been recorded. So if you want a copy of it, I'll send it to you.
What, tonight? This one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fine. I mean, it's, it's just bullshit. They want to chase me. It's like a freaking movie. They want to chase me. That's what they want. Let's play cat and mouse. We'll give it to they hand it to me still. It's unbelievable. On a silver platter. They hand it to me. Imagine sending it. I'm looking at US.Prism. They put this as my search engine. Prism. The pop-ups. Oh, the reason that I sent you the thing on Feinberg, the only reason I sent that, Frank, it wasn't because I made such a great discovery. I mean, I don't think it was as great as a discovery as the other CEOs I found. But when I was on, and I even forgot why I looked, but when I was on, I kept getting pop-ups, and it wasn't just one pop-up. And the pop-up kept saying, diabetes can kill you. Now, DICORP, in short, the short name for DICORP is DI. So, and I used to get diabetes. I never looked up diabetes. There's no reason for me to get ads for diabetes. I don't have diabetes. I don't research diabetes. But diabetes comes up a lot. But this time it was saying diabetes can kill you. And it kept coming up. It kept popping up. And that's why I sent you that. And as soon as I grabbed my camera, boom, it disappeared. And you know those ads, they don't disappear, okay? As soon as I got my camera, two of them were in view, okay? Boom, they both disappeared. I am just so tired. I am so tired. January 26th will be 13. Great.
I have to go to the registry of motor vehicles tomorrow morning.
Lucky you.
Oh, yeah. Great day. There'll probably be 50,000. Standing room only.
Yeah. Just don't check the block that says, are you a U.S. citizen?
Oh, God. They'll have you slapped in irons while they check.
Right.
Well, I have to say, Targeted Justice is really getting into the nitty-gritty. I'm really impressed with the website because they're getting into, like, the stuff that I've been researching all this time, the contractors, and it's just not that. I mean, it goes so much deeper. Like, you have to look at their history. You have to take it like you're a detective. okay? Like you are a detective, like they would do to you, okay? Like they want to know, you know, when your first hiccup was, when you first kissed somebody. This has been targeting since birth. No, they want to know, and then they play that information back at you. Just because you gave it to them. In conversation that you've had with other people. When new information, when my cousins are up, they'll start reminiscing. Oh, man, they are just hitting me in the head like you wouldn't believe, like, we got you, we got you, we got you. Because I swear to them, they won't find out anything more than they already know. They're not getting another damn thing about me. They're not recreating me in a lab. Enough is enough. They have downloaded my brain. Now they're sending me, I'll forget it. I could just go on and on. What's the point? What is the point, really? But I've had so many revelations. I've had so many things. It's like this surveillance. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about every person on earth. This surveillance. There is so much freaking money involved in this. They're not going to stop. This surveillance is so deep. Do you see the new trends of what's going on TV? They have these all of a sudden game shows are really popular now on regular TV. And I believe it's because they actually want to know how people's trains of thoughts are going. So they'll ask a trivia question, or we'll say a word, and, you know, like what do you call it? It's like without the motion, like party games. And it's like they just want to know what you're thinking. This is when the survey says, and so many and 25 people answered this to this question, and 30% answered to this question. This is all surveillance. This is all information that we're freely giving them. Here, take a survey. Sure, we're giving them more surveillance. You're just letting them know more and more and more about you. And it's all going into your permanent file.
Would anybody like to comment or add to what Anna said?
Well, then we're 20 minutes.
Someone said something about a presentation. Was that you, Frank?
Yeah, that was Midge. She had to go, though.
Wanted to let you know that Alex, I think you spoke to Alex a week or so ago, but Alex is high and dry. His mind is clear. He is doing very, very well. He did get put out of his apartment, but he's okay, and he's completely sober. Turns out Alex is a very smart, educated, well-informed gentleman, and we're trying to keep in touch with him and help him out as much as we can, and just wanted to let you guys know that.
Thanks, Richard. I'll give him a call.
Yeah, do that. He'll love it. And there's another gentleman, his name is Marcus, and Marcus is doing very, very well also.
Yeah, he's been on here for months now. He was off for a while, but he came back straight and sober. One night he was a little bit drunk, but he's, hey, that happens. One time, what the hell? Yeah, Marcus is welcome, and Alex is welcome. Nobody's barred from here. I can't think of anybody.
Yeah.
Oh, I can think of one person. I'm sorry. It's Barbara Gillette from Main Street.
Yeah.
She's banned from my life.
I don't miss her.
Sometimes we have to draw a line.
Yeah, I'm going to grab some coffee. I'll be right back, guys.
So anyway, we had a very interesting RBN radio call. It was about the mind control, MK Ultra, and sorry you guys missed it. You might want to go back and have a listen. Very important stuff pertaining to, some of the things they can do and how they do, and it's kind of important that we know that we can overpower the control that they put upon us. We just have to know how and continue trying to do so.
No, a lot of TIs don't know. They actually don't know. And you can't blame them because you don't know what you don't know. Just like people are manipulated to go to sleep. 2 times last week, I called up, and when they're either dropping the call on me or putting me, out like a light. A lot of people, they don't realize that they're. I'm not saying taking control like, in a trance climbing out the window on a ledge. Not that kind of control. But a lot of control. They really do. They know how to agitate people, how to put you with the frequencies. They can put you in a bad mood. They can make you combative. And it all seems perfectly normal.
Yeah.
So
TIs can go and learn how. That's what the call was about. How to fight the mind control.
Like I've heard so many times, people bring up as soon as there's a shooting or a murder. See, we're being listened to right now because this is their playground. You know that our calls are their playground, okay? And when I hear that someone committed a murder, and I don't know, maybe it was on Derek Call, he said that, and the person said, the shooter said that there were voices telling him to do that. Well, damn, if there were voices telling me to do something, I wouldn't do it. It brings me back to when your mother would say to you, if Johnny jumped off this Empire State Building, does that mean you would jump off the Empire State Building? Really? So because you hear a voice telling you to do something, you're going to do it? Really?
Well, the mind control runs a little deeper.
It does run deeper than that. Absolutely runs deeper than that.
Well, that's why they call it control.
It's insidious.
There's been many shooters that have came forward, the ones that didn't get killed themselves and put down. There's been quite a few shooters that have come forward and said that they heard voices or was under some type of control. Someone made them do it. And that's what the control is there for. If they can put you on a ledge of a 40-story building, if they can go far enough to put you there, they can go far enough to get you to jump.
Highly recommend watching Darren Brown. Go onto YouTube, watch that Brown. He's incredible.
Who? What?
Who said what?
Who?
Darren Brown.
Who's that?
He is a hypnotist and a magician. And he's a real big hit in England. And what he is capable of doing is phenomenal. All right? I mean, it's phenomenal. And there's little hints about how he does it, you know, he has people believing that it's their own, you know, it's of their own free will that they're doing what they're doing. But he's extremely skilled. He uses psychology. And, yeah, it's addicting. When you start watching him, he's addicting. It's like, oh, my God, this guy is great. But, I mean, and this is just one guy, you know, who has this gift. And I don't mean, he doesn't make people like act like chickens or anything like that or put you to sleep on a stage. Oh, no. He goes into a whole big scenario. I mean, he recreates life. So, and I'll just give you a little bit of like what they're capable. If this guy is capable of doing, can you imagine what the think tanks and the military intelligence is capable of doing? And they have weapons. He doesn't.
Well, Obama put a $7 billion amount on the research of the mind and the parts of the brains that we do not use. His very statement was to find out what it did. And an awful lot of people went after their way to make some of that money.
Yes, they did, and that's the program they put me on. That is the program. They even told me. Only I didn't know what the frig they were talking about. I had no idea.
Colorado just got $500 million put on a table for the Space Force research just in that one state. $500 million.
There is so much money going around in this. I mean, you couldn't pick up a magazine in the last 8 years that didn't have the picture of a brain. Okay, I don't know if you noticed. Just look at the magazines. They're not, and so now it seems that the new trend is about stress. Okay, but up until about a year ago, it was all about the brain. No matter what scientific magazine was on the shelf, there was a picture of a brain on it for as long as I can remember. And that's where all the research money was going.
Oh.
And if they could get a fingerprint of everyone's brain, don't you think they will do it? If they have the ability to do it, they will do it.
Well, having the fingerprint of the brain is one thing. What they're going to do with it is a whole nother thing. The levels that this goes are far and beyond just the mapping and understanding of everyone's brain. It's a way to control, enslave, and manipulate.
Exactly. Imagine, they know your conversation that you're going to have with your attorney. They know the numbers you're going to pick for the lottery. They can manipulate anything. They know who you're going to talk to and what time you're going to talk to them. Okay? Imagine someone knowing that much about you. See, I was told by a military guy that I'm supposed to fight back. He goes, see, you're supposed to fight back. That's what he told me. How am I supposed to fight back? How in the world could I possibly fight back? When they know my every move. Because they're in my brain. They're in my brain. They know every move. How do you fight back?
You got to come clean.
What'd you say?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
You got to come clean.
What does that mean?
Come clean.
Yeah, share your experiences.
Anyway, it's even a little deeper than knowing what everything you do is. It's more even about taking you away from you so they control what's left of you. Usually if a person comes clean, that would insinuate that maybe there was something negative or derogatory about their lives, but this is in fact about the manipulation of their souls, which connects to their consciousness. And once they separate those two, they can, in fact, I believe, control your very soul. So don't be deceived.
I know. Well, nobody wants to believe the other being controlled, but everyone is to a certain extent. They don't care. You know, I sometimes I see in the heart. Watching it, and they're letting me see everything that they're doing, all right? And they must be laughing their asses off. And their whole attitude is, okay, now that we're letting you see what we can do, what are you going to do about it? You're going to warn those people what we're doing to them? What are you going to do? You're going to warn them? You're going to look like a nut. They let me see it. They have to keep secrets. I could almost predict what they're going to do next. But then again, if I think about it, they'll definitely do it. So I just don't think about it. That's it. I will not think about it. If they're like Freddy Krueger, they'll make your dreams come true. Freddy Krueger, that's who it is. And whatever your fear is, that's what you're going to get. You got a fear? People are afraid of being followed. People are afraid of having phones pointed at them. That's what they're going to get. That's exactly what they're going to get. I don't fear that. I don't look over my shoulder. I don't look who's next to me unless I'm talking to them. And chances are I probably am talking to them. It's just not something they could do to me. But they'll do other things to me. They make train styles go down without any trains coming through.
Well, it's not hard for them to do what they do. It's just a matter of having the technology to do so. And the world is moving.
Not exactly.
Yeah, the world is moving faster and faster.
Exactly.
Used to maybe once every 5 years you would hear some kind of big breakthrough, and now it's every 5 minutes. You don't even hear about it, and then they've gone to controlling the phones, the news, the TV, all the other things we're used to having as resources to keep up with what's going on. Well, all of that is being controlled, including, as far as TIs go, their day in their life. And what we hear and what we learn and know, we can only share and dig through the pile to try to look out and help each other.
Well, I'll tell you something. If there's another TI that lives near me that's under this brain program, they will definitely never let us get together.
Yeah, they keep us isolated. That's one of the biggest things is isolation.
And there isn't anyone around me that has this. There isn't. And I think a lot of the TIs, they have like silly things happen. I'm not saying that anything is an invasion. Anything they do to you is an invasion. But the silly things, it's just a distraction from what their real motive is. Like, you have to ask why. I mean, why? What's your plan? I mean, if you're on the brain program, that's a plan. That is definitely a plan.
Well, I know many TIs, and each and every one of them that I do know are on the brain program. The brain program is a part of many programs, and the majority of TIs that I know, I've got a long list of symptoms for TIs, and every one of them I know fit those symptoms, and mind control is definitely on the top of the list. So you're not by yourself.
The things they do, the push your buttons, it's just...
Well, you got to remember that they're your buttons, and you don't have to.
It's the chipping. It's the chipping away. See, I'll tell you, Richard, I am a firm believer that God gave us our emotions for a reason. We have anger, we have love, we have hate. We have them all. All these emotions, you don't say there's bad. Oh, those are the bad ones and those are the good ones. No, they belong to all of us. As human beings, we have a right to every one of our emotions, okay? As long as we don't hurt people, we have a right to all of our emotions. So,
Oh, yeah. But it's like the chakras that Frank was speaking of earlier. Those chakras were put in place in our human existence by the man above. And they were all put there for a reason.
That's right.
It was for our safety and assurance of our survival. And those 3 chakras are connected to what they're trying to control, including your voluntary and involuntary functions of your entire body. And they are capable of doing all of the above.
Now, how would they manipulate a chakra or control a chakra or, let's see, what are those words? Through a frequency. I mean, if you read Bob Beck, okay, Bob Beck talks about what they could do with frequencies. They can make you fall in love with a frequency. They can give you a heart attack with a frequency. They could give you cancer with a frequency. They don't have to murder you. They don't have to come at you with a gun. They could do it with a frequency.
Did you mention chakra?
Richard did.
Yeah. Frank was speaking of the 3 chakras that are involved in, well, if you picture your nervous system standing there by itself, your entire nervous system, and it being the main function and of your living and survival, feeling and knowing and how you feel, your existence, and that being shocked and tortured and electrified and radiated and on and on and on, with trauma and weapons and signals and frequencies, then, that somewhere along the way, that nervous system is going to break down and give in and change and rearrange itself to the point that you're not who you were. And if you go to your subconscious and your conscious state, then it changes and separates you from who you are, and you become someone else.
Thank you. I thank you very much. They did that to me twice, and I always wondered. Thank you. You explained it very well, Richard. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Huggy.
How do you shield against the frequencies?
You don't. Everything on Earth has a frequency. Earth has a frequency. Earth has a frequency. It's been that way for billions of years, and then it's changed, okay? And it changes daily. And it's the Shulman resonance that the Shulman resonance is the change. I mean, the birds losing, bees are losing it away. This is billions of years of evolution that we're with. Billions of years of evolution. Technically, they're screwing with it. And we're all being affected. Everything on Earth.
Obviously, they didn't evolve as well as the rest of us. You know?
Oh, no, Huggy. They were handpicked. You see, they were being surveilled, too. You know those morons? Remember those morons that threw the turkeys? They were kids 10 years ago, right? They threw the turkeys off the bridge, and they didn't know that there was a consequences for throwing frozen turkeys off of a bridge and throwing them onto moving cars. They were candidates. Are you kidding? You know those people that sucker punch people on the street? They're candidates. You know the ones that cut the tails off the puppies? They're candidates.
Yeah, for the elite.
And that's what I tell them all the time. You've been handpicked, you morons. You're handpicked.
Oh, you hit a nail.
– . . . – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – They're told that they're so important. They're told that they're, the geniuses. They're told that they're the think tanks. Oh, they just, they think they're better because they've been groomed. With all this, you give them all this control, right? They're groomed. They got all this control. Look at the way James Giordano, look at the way he boasts. He boasts about what he's capable of doing and trying to convince the students. He went on and on. But the part when he starts talking about how he could change medical records, this man has an ego that is like non-ending, which is actually very good for us.
I went up against some of them out of D.C. and for 7.5 years up close and personal, and I was all in. And they are so cold, arrogant. It's hard to define. That there's just no. I can't explain it. They're cold. Really. The big ones. They are cold, arrogant, and I learned that both sides of the aisle, they will argue with each other like live C-SPAN kind of thing. And on the weekends, they're all friends. But there's a coldness there, aloof, some kind of aloofness. They don't care about anything. But money and power. That's about it.
Well,
so they're going to go after the ones, like you said, to do their dirty work. You're right there. But I think it's bigger than that. I really believe it's high. I don't think we're dealing with humans at the top.
Well, they're the beautiful mind, right? I mean, these are the best and the brightest, okay? And they're the ones that came up with the hacking theory. So they, by the way, Huggy, this is Dan. I don't know if you know who you're talking to.
Hi.
We've been emailing each other.
Oh, that's right. Oh, my God.
It's me. It's me. I was a little worried about you. And
they spun in the middle of the night. I went to bed, and next thing I know, and it came from upwards. So I do believe it was satellites or who knows what. And they spun what I believe now was my chakras. And I never knew how they did that. So thank you to Richard, I figured that out. I always thought it was God knows what, The other lady talking about all the control of emotions, same here. It's horrible.
It's what...
And the ones that I've seen come at me on the street level were all low life, very low life, everywhere, low, very low culture, not of much intelligence, respectfully. Although it seems most TIs are very intelligent.
Well, thank you. I think you're right.
Yeah, and to me that means no matter how different our backgrounds are and where we were raised, our religion or non or whatever beliefs, we have culture to us, and we're better. We're much more well mannered. We're normal. So they're not. Look at the pictures. How they, what's so normal about torture? I don't know about you, but I don't think it's part of normal human. It's not part of human behavior. It's just not. I can't even say it's animalistic because animals don't torture.
They don't. The animal kingdom are a few, like just a few. Lion has a jealousy towards a cougar, and it will. Well, I'm saying the jealousy. Who knows? That's what I mean. If the emotion is jealousy, or if it's just it wants to remain king of the jungle. But a lion will go into a den, a cougar den, and kill the cubs. So, like, but you hear it's so, odd for animals to do that. They're either prey or, part of the food chain. And I swear we're on the bottom of the food chain. Humans are on the bottom, the destructive ones.
Well, if we all are, then the humans behind this are below us. That's for sure. Genetically, they would have to be. Genetics would run the brain, and the behavior. They certainly need their behavior modified. That's for sure. I think they're an endangerment to all of humanity.
Well, it's definitely, it's definitely about all humanity. Anything human or perhaps even animal that has a brain. Anything that has a brain is going to be tested and tampered with and a part of this. So it's all... And
animals run on instinct, right? Their instinct.
Yeah. Well, we have instinct. Yeah, well, that's one of the chakras. Yeah. One of the chakras I was speaking of is instinct. And, yeah.
Huh. I didn't know that. What do they stand for? Do you know, Richard?
Well, Frank brought up the 3 chakras earlier on the call, and it was actually something. I mean, I knew of the chakras, and I knew of the survival modes and things that are put in our existence when we were made by the Creator. And these things just plain exist. They've not been understood. They've not been experimented with or tampered with at all until now. And it's a part of a way for them to reach into our existence. The final thought that I had after listening to the RBN call, and you can go back and re-listen to it, it was amazing, and I don't use that word very often, but it was. And the bottom line of the whole thing to me was they're taking us away from ourselves through these chakras and the torture of our nervous systems. They're separating us. They're separating us from our real existence.
Right. In your opinion, why would they want to do that?
Well, a funny thing came out while Frank was talking. Some light bulbs come on into my head, and well, if you're torturing and tampering with someone to do that, to control their existence, which is their soul, and let's say you got one there that's got a evil soul and one there that's got a good soul, then you may not even have to target the one with the evil soul.
That's too simple. You want to hear something very sophisticated? Why does a dog lick its balls? Because it can. And that's the bottom line. Because they can.
Well,
if this is all based on Nazism, what happened in the Nazi camps, according to Duncan and others, and I kind of feel it does too, Project Paperclip and all, although it might go back even further, to be honest. They were looking for the perfect, the superhuman, right? Uberman, whatever they called it. If they're still doing that, one, what's their issue? You haven't found it yet? And 2, I don't know. I lost something caused me to lose my train of thinking. Why would you want to hold people back like this? Why would you want to do this to others? Unless you're a sadist, right?
Well, you can eradicate good, for one thing, and then you can control their existence. Again, it's a matter of taking us away from ourselves. They are taking us, and we're left with nothing. And they've got it all. We will no longer have a connection to ourselves. Yeah.
It's scary. I agree. This is frightening, at times frightening what's happening to many of us. What would be your suggestion to do when they're doing this to some of our emotions and what have you?
Well,
they hit my heart so hard today coming in. It was pumping out of my chest almost.
Well, I would simply say that we have to maintain a serious connection with ourselves and understand the whole time, in fact, that we may be losing ourselves, and build our tolerance up. Forget about the targeting, forget about the stuff going on, because there's a bigger picture of it all. All the pain and suffering and hurting and sickness and all of that is just them getting us to where they want us. And the end of the story is that, and Frank brought it up, we were talking about it on the radio call, that you have to get in there where your power of your real existence is, and do everything you can to fight back mentally against this power, and take yourself back. And the power is there. The power is there. Yeah.
You may be fighting a machine, and that machine is on 24 hours a day.
I
Okay?
tear machines
We're
up.
human.
Yeah, but I tear
we
machines
get
up all the time.
exhausted.
I tear machines up all the
exhausted.
time. I've tore machines up all my life. So, it's just a machine. If man made it,
I used to think that there was somebody. This is what I used to think in the beginning. There were 3 shifts. Okay, there was 3 shifts? There had to be 3 shifts. I worked shift work my entire life. All right, so there's a morning shift, the afternoon shift, and night shift. But they were so quick. All right, they're so quick on something that happened yesterday. I'm like, but how could they get that information? Not realizing that AI has the information. All right, like how could they transfer that information? It would be, I could see if it was one person on me, but that would be impossible. One person couldn't be on me 24 hours a day, every day. In my dreams, repeating what I dreamt it out, that can't be possible.
Well, the thing to remember is this. The biggest machine that they're using against you is yourself. You have to find that spot where they're taking over your chakras and your mind and your soul, your subconscious, your conscious mind. That's where they're playing. That's where they're tampering and getting us whooped because of the mind control.
The way I see it, this is all theft in all forms. It is theft from DNA, soul theft, intellectual property, physical property, wealth. It's just theft. They have fancy tools for it. What's left to steal, but let's say the human genome, our soul expressions, our creativity, our divine gift from Creator, as you may see it. I read something the other day that I want to bring up here. Basically, it says that all thoughts and experiences in our lives are recorded in our subconscious minds, but not only subconscious, but are recorded in our cells, so that not only cell is imprinted with genetic coding, it is imprinted with every experience we've ever had. Now, this goes down from all our ancestors. We're talking from our great-grandparents from the beginning. All of that, the information, the experience, the love, the joy, the soul growth, the intellectual growth, all of that is recorded within our DNA. And we're manifesting this. We're creating. They're stealing all of that. They have no claim nor right. It is a transgression above all creation to do so. These people are criminals. They're thieves.
And we have every right to agree about it, including do you know how nature intended this? Like, think about it. Why do we sleep? Why do we sleep? We sleep time that our bodies cleanse itself. Our mind is cleansed. We become refreshed. Do you know they are stealing that from us? They're taking that, even that.
Mankind is at a point where it is advancing to a point where it cannot be controlled. These mechanisms are manyfold, be it the theft and use of our being in their system for, quote, monies, revenue generation, control. This is all being done to keep mankind suppressed and to eliminate them so that there's no change in the status quo of those that have corrupted this world for the past 10,000 years. They just got new toys, and they have tools that we could create more than an Eden here. There'd be no hunger, there would be no war, no contamination. We would have literally a heavenly planet here. They choose the opposite. They choose the opposite. And that free will choice to choose the opposite, there's a price for that.
Amen, brother.
They're corrupt.
Why did they come to this country?
It's not coming to the country.
Corral the Indians, okay? When they see wild horses, they have to tame the wild horses. They have to put harnesses on them. I mean, can't you just enjoy the beauty of a wild horse?
I agree.
You can't. You had to do something to it. You had to put shoes. The missionaries came, all in goodwill. They had to put shoes on the savages. Can you imagine putting shoes on the savages?
Yes, but that was
not accepting.
To disconnect them from nature, from creation, from this living planet that they had a complete symbiotic relationship with and knew the seasons, how to govern themselves. It was forcing them into the paradigm. Just like here in Canada with the government, the residential schools, where they took them out, the indigenous, and put them into these programs. They removed them, the bloodlines, away from their ancestral claims and knowledge and heritage into a false system. This has been done all over the world. And why? Because a very few benefit from all this corruption and theft. And they want to keep it going. Well, the time's over.
That's called the Stockholm Syndrome. It was done in Germany. Yeah.
These souls are corrupt. They're corrupted. They have no place here. Period.
Amen, brother.
And that's my 2 cents. How you doing, Richard?
Did you ever see a scientist that discovered something or is on to something or is looking at that Petri dish and, man, something's happening and they've been waiting years for it to happen? You see the excitement they go through. Well, that's what they're doing with us. We're specimens to them.
No, I think scientists are crazy. The act of observation is flawed because the body, the person, if he had a burrito that one morning or if he had like an egg salad sandwich, maybe the egg salad sandwich they had was contaminated. He had to use the bathroom. He had a bad day. His observation is skewed. Science is nothing more than a religion nowadays. True science is creation's love. Tell me, how does that leaf have its life force? How do they create a leaf from scratch? You tell me that.
You
Don't
got
give
it.
a God word to a scientist. Oh, no.
It's not science anymore.
They're corrupt.
No one loves. I said that to this morning. I was telling them, no one loves science as much as I do. I was born loving science. This is not science. This is not science. This is technology, and they're hiding behind science. No, you respect science. You don't destroy it. You don't destroy the planet. I mean, it's not only what they're doing to us, it's what they're doing to the entire planet. we're kind of what?
The energetic principles and the life that is here resonates from past, future, currently in many forms, not just within this dimension, but all kingdoms. And this is what they have, the harm that they've created, they don't want that coming back to themselves. That's why they're pushing for transhumanism, because they don't want to be accountable in another realm, we'll say, at a higher frequency, when they drop the body, to be accountable for the crimes that they've done here. And this is why they're pushing for this false matrix of technology in all its forms, because they're trying to remove themselves from being accountable.
Oh, that is so exactly correct, Setsa. Very well said.
So good riddance. Go and plug yourself into electric black box, and when you're all in there, I'm going to unplug it.
Yes. You won't be missed, you dirtbags.
They have no idea of the harm they've done. And
I
if
think they do. That's why they're pushing to keep living. They don't want to be in the lowest dimension.
Yeah.
They'll be there. Good riddance.
The consequences that are coming upon them, they don't want that. Why do you think they build bunkers and why do you think that they rejuvenate themselves with young blood samples, say?
Like adrenochrome or whatever it is.
Well, look at who went to the hospital this last couple of weeks and came out refreshed after a couple of transfusions. Somebody within the hierarchy system? Yeah. Anyway, all I'm saying is that...
they don't understand.
Yeah. Sorry, Richard, go ahead.
No, well, they don't understand what beauty is and love is and all of the wonderments of the world that, well, some people do understand and do know and appreciate. They don't really have a understanding of all of that. They just they don't get it.
Well, I don't think so. The Nazis, the Stazis, they had families that they loved. They walked their dogs. They read their children bedtime stories. They kissed them goodnight. I mean, other than the horrific things that they did to other people, they had loving families. They had regular lives aside from that. There.
But we're at a completely different point of awareness. These people have full informed knowledge of what they're doing, how it affects everyone, and their transgressions. They know. Even if they're compartmentalized, they know. It doesn't matter if they go and make pancakes for the kid on Sunday like every good gangster does. No, they're still gangsters. They're criminals.
They are. They are gangsters. That's for sure.
Oh, I'm a good guy because I make pancakes for my kid so you can continue the offspring and do the same shit to the next generation? No, you're not a good person. They know.
Well, for these people to go out and do what they do, and then go home and have a kiss with the family and all this wonderful stuff, that's even more scary than if they didn't. How can you do both?
I couldn't. Most of the people here couldn't.
Me neither. I couldn't do it.
I think Sovereign Man could. I think he's built for it. Sovereign and man. Oh, see, that's a contradiction because sovereign is really king, meaning having control. And so the only king that I know is the guy upstairs. So you can't be king. So really I would change my name from Sovereign Man if I was Sovereign Man.
Amen.
How about
amen.
Just man? Just man.
Amen. Amen.
Not that I'm picking on you tonight, Sovereign Man.
You can't pick on me.
Then I'll pick off of you. Okay.
Yeah, like a couple monkeys.
Oh, you funny. You funny. Yeah.
I like that little sound effect you kicked in there. That was good.
This shit is
How
so
you doing?
I'm okay. It's another day in the winter here. It's good.
In paradise?
they all say that 31st is a new year. To me, spring, the first day of spring, is the new year. It just showed how messed up and how controlled we are.
Yeah, but it depends. I mean, which new year are you speaking?
I speak of God's creational new year, not the Gregorian calendar new year.
Yeah, I think I'd call that Rosh Hashanah.
Okay.
Do you agree?
No, Rosh Hashanah is in the fall.
Yeah.
But that is the new year, right?
Yeah.
It's calendars.
Yeah. See, it depends on perspective.
Yeah. Well, I think.
Is that goodness doing a corporate takeover? Good evening, goodness.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mute and I just typed to you, Sogman. Hey,
good morning.
Where have you been, Sogman?
I've been working under the whip of the Pharaoh.
Oh, okay. Well, you've been missed. I thought I've been on the calls and there was no Sogman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of you.
When you're not here, I don't have anybody to argue with.
Well, let me share this with you. Pray for my father's soul. How about that?
Your father's soul?
Yep.
Can you give us a name? First name?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an unusual first name, and it would definitely put me on the map. But
I hear you. Okay.
Yeah, but the universe knows.
Okay.
You agree?
I agree.
Yeah. I got some news about him, and hey, he's going back to the Father. I pray that he does. If not, then I pray that the Father's merciful. How about that?
The Father in heaven is very merciful.
No doubt. Hey, I think he is, and he's always right on time.
If you're not in the chat, JBZ said, "What's up, Sogman?"
What's up? The price of everything.
Yeah.
Goodness was so depressed she had to buy herself some shoes.
Oh, I'm so happy about those shoes. Oh, I got these Donna Karan shoes, Sogman. They're boots.
Well, you know what?
They're beautiful.
You know what Donna Karan said about those boots?
What?
They're made for walking.
No, that was Nancy Sinatra.
Oh, you sure Donna Karan ain't Nancy Sinatra?
Yes, I'm very sure. I don't have any of her stuff because she's so expensive, but I found them at Ross and they fit me. And
there you go.
Like Cinderella. Oh, it was so great. Oh, I thought, I'm buying these. I thought, I cannot pass up this opportunity.
Oh, no, you girl, you got to live every now and then and treat yourself.
I did, and I'm so happy. I just cannot wait to wear them to work because they'll say, "Oh, look at those boots, they're so cute." And I'll say, "Yeah, they're Donna Karan, can you believe it?" Because she's expensive.
Well,
so that makes me happy. I got
you could say that most of her stuff is expensive, but what you found was affordable. How about that?
Yes, because I am a bargain hunter.
Well, you're good. You're a good steward of what's been given to you.
Oh yes, I am. Yeah. I am. Yeah. Really, I am. Yeah. I take good care of my stuff. Trash cans. I had a trash can once for 7 years. You know why? Because I wipe it down with Clorox wipes. I'm very tidy.
Now here's a question. Did you put a glove on before you wiped it?
No, but I should have because that dries out the hands. Sometimes I wear gloves and sometimes I forget.
Yeah, actually, that bleach is very toxic.
Yes, it is. And thank you for the reminder, Sogman. Now I'm going to go get my eggs off the stove, but I'll be listening.
Oh, you go, girl. She making egg salad? She must be boiling eggs. Yeah, I treated myself tonight, too. I was in the China Depot getting some wood, and I saw a nice deal on some Gerber knives.
China Depot, that's hilarious. It still has that plastic smell all the way over here. Yep.
Well, you know what China, you know what I mean by China Depot, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, it's right across from China Mart.
Yeah. So you got yourself something short and pointy. Nice.
Yeah, and it's good for old men because you don't. It's got that open assist. It actually says
EDC, the flipper.
Draw. It's
nice.
fast draw.
What's the blade material? What's the steel?
Oh shit! I don't know. Hang on. Let me get my. Shut up. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get out my magnifier. Let me see. Plain edge, assisted opening, slide lock, textured grip, pocket clip. And it says pound. It says hashtag hello trouble. What the hell does that mean?
No idea.
That's what it says on it. It's a Gerber.
Okay.
And hold on, let me see if it says anything about the steel.
Every gentleman needs a pocket knife. It's just
every good man has a pocket knife.
That is true.
Well, needs a pocket knife. Women need pocket knives.
No, women need good men with pocket knives. Yeah, you do need a pocket knife too, dear. And a garter.
Well,
that's the pocket knife.
Wow. I need a man, but I just need a man to do stuff like open up the olive jar that I can't open up. Like
so you're saying if the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy?
Absolutely. I need a guy that knows how to do things.
Oh, like I said.
I'm interviewing for my next husband because, I started thinking today.
So you're taking resumes?
What? Well, I'm interviewing. I'm not at the resume stage yet. But,
no.
I was thinking about, lifting stuff. Oh, I'm good at it and everything. But I even have a grip thing that you can open up jars with. I've been working on this olive jar for a couple of weeks now. I cannot get it open.
You want to go get it? It might be able to teach you a little trick.
Goodness, it's a trick. Okay, olive jar. Two things. If you have tried a wet dish towel on it.
No, I haven't.
Okay, what you can also do, the top edge, the back end of a knife, basically just your daily utensil, not like a sharp knife or something. Just tap it in 3-4 sections. It'll loosen the seal. If not, you can always puncture the top where it'll break the seal and the lid will come right off. So you can do those three things.
Yeah, but if you puncture it, then you have to put it in a different container.
Right. I'm just saying if you can.
I would have figured that out, but thank you, Softman.
Yeah, actually, try this before you go through all that.
Yeah.
Is you flip it upside down and give it a good smack on the bottom, and then turn it right side up and give it a twist. It displaces the vacuum.
Okay. I don't understand why they make these lids so very tight. But
well, it's not about making the lids tight. If you understand how it's packed, it's actually. Have you ever done any canning?
Oh no.
Okay, well,
do I look like Betty Crocker? No.
Well, I have no idea what you look like, but what you do is when you can, it's heated up, and then when it cools, it actually creates a vacuum within inside the can or the jar, and that's what it is. It's a vacuum. So if you flip it upside down, it displaces the vacuum where the threads are.
Yeah, because it is vacuum packed. They're those green olives. I like those. They're really good.
Mhm.
And there's no carbohydrates in olives. Did you know that?
Yeah, I gotta have carbohydrates.
Well, I try to not eat a lot of carbohydrates. Carbs are my fave, but they also can put on weight, so I try to avoid.
Yeah, it depends on what kind of carbohydrates.
Careful, Soft Man. This is an interview.
Oh,
I don't care. I don't really care because my word and my speech and my life is a testimony, so it doesn't matter.
No, I'm just thinking because I was thinking today, I can live without a man, but then I was thinking, well, if I had a man back in my life, see, I could have asked either of my husbands to open up that jar, and then I'm standing on the ladder, I'm changing light bulbs real high up, and I'm so short. That's another good reason to have a man. You're a
little vertically challenged there, huh?
Yes, I am. And so I'm sure there are other things. It's nice to have conversation, too. So
it's nice to have stimulating conversation.
Yes, what?
Sure. So it's nice to have stimulating conversation.
Well, yeah, I don't want a boring man, certainly.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I want a man that can fix things. They know how to do stuff.
Yeah, but not only fix, but to build. That's even better.
My second husband, he didn't know about electronics and things like that, so I was the one that had to,
teach him
all the stereo components and all this other BS. And I thought, well, it'd be nice if he knew about that, but he didn't. Or
he didn't take those reins.
And just let me do it all. I don't know. Maybe he pretended not to know. But I'm interviewing for the new year. I'll let you guys know at the end of the year if I get married. You can all come to the wedding and dance at my wedding.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah.
And what region is that in?
Well, what region do you think? Potato Land.
Oh.
The best region of the whole country.
Oh, is it Coeur d'Alene?
No, it's not. I got to go get my eggs. I'll be right back.
I thought she was going to get them before.
No, they weren't done yet. And now they're done.
How do you know when they're done? Do you take them out and see if they spin?
She's boiling eggs. It should take between 7 to 7.5 minutes. Let them cool in cold water. The shell come off. The center will still be a little bit soft, but that's perfect, just the way you want it.
9 minutes.
No, then you develop the sulfur, and it's disgusting.
So I do 9 minutes for hard boiled, but I'm going to do some soft boiled. 3 of them.
It says it's a high carbon stainless steel plate.
That's perfect. Just keep it oiled up. Nice. It'll get a nice razor edge on there. You could shave with that.
Oh, no, it's already got a razor edge. It's a Gerber.
Nice. Right on.
It's good. So it is, you ready? It is a 1910519 alpha, A as an alpha. It's actually, there's 2 of them. One's like half the size. It's actually like a lady's knife and a man's knife. It's like a 2-pack. And actually, the big blade is like $27 at Walmart. I got it 2 knives for $20 at China Mart.
Hold on, that was 19105?
Hold on. It is a 1910519. A as an alpha.
Thank you. I will have a look.
Yeah, actually, I had one of these at one time, and I really liked it. But the spring broke on it. And actually, Gerber had said to me, you could just send it in. It's got a lifetime warranty. And I couldn't find it. And I just happened to be with someone at Home Depot, China Depot, and I said, "Oh, I was actually looking at the machete. They had a machete pack there, and I don't know, maybe 18-inch machete. But then I saw the pack with the pocket knives, so I got the pocket knives.
I don't think we need machetes. You're not in the jungle. Yeah. Maybe you are in the jungle. I don't know.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. In the jungle. Well, it is warfare, and you got to be ready for CQC.
What's really been going on the last week is quite interesting, where we're seeing a lot of movement, we're seeing a lot of political movement as well as physical movement. Now, New World Order Denver, they're doing a tremendous amount of work in there, and there's some things that come up on different blogs in regards to centralization of power, if there's anything that shifts, and the people who are living in Denver, basically, how they're going to be controlled. So,
have you heard of the Denver 9?
It sounds familiar. You got to refresh for me.
Well, I don't know. I was actually on a prayer call, and actually I was on another call, and the gentleman was in the prayer call, and he said, "I'm here because of you," because you mentioned it in another call. I think it was in the Skype call. And it was a blessing that he had showed up, and he had mentioned, why don't they, pray for the Denver 9? Maybe because they're not quote unquote Christians, but it's actually a prayer call for political prisoners.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't know if you ever heard of a guy named oh God, what was his name? He was killed. Lord, please. And his son is currently incarcerated. His son's been incarcerated for like 30 years, 35 years. I'm praying that it'll come to me. But you can go to the site. It's yearofjubilee.com.
Sorry, Europe Jubilee.
Yeah, Year of Jubilee. It's a ministry.
Okay.
Ran by Randy and Aaron Davis. Mm. Oh, Gordon Call is the guy's name. I think they killed him. Randy had mentioned something about a book that was written about Gordon Call, and I was doing a search, and Posse Comitatus movement came up. Thinking Posse Comitatus, well, that means that Posse Comitatus is an act that was passed stating that there will be no U.S. military operating on U.S. soil. I think they supposedly rescinded that, but when I was looking at it, it came up to a archive.org site, link, and it was a reference to an FBI flyer talking about the Posse Comitatus movement. And then it was linked to like white nationalism and stuff like that. I was like, wow.
Did you hear about Virginia and that, sheriffs there aren't going to allow the guns to be taken? And
well, the sheriffs are the highest law enforcement, or should I say?
Some of them are just as bad as. What about the guy that got killed? I can't think of his name. God bless him. The guy that in Oregon that got killed when they took over that compound. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about Lavoy Finicum.
Yes, well, they didn't care. They were in on shooting him.
Yeah, well, that was done by the Oregon State Police and FBI. The sheriff didn't really have anything to do with
The
that.
FBI told them to shoot the guy, but the FBI being
Well,
like,
you can speculate all you want. You weren't there, but I did listen. Yeah, I did listen to the audio that Shauna Cox took from inside.
So did I.
Yeah, and
I think you're right. It was the state troopers, but it wasn't the FBI. The FBI told them.
Well, they were there. See, we don't know who did it.
Yeah. Well, Charlie Manson, he told his little gang to do some killings too. You think the FBI
Charlie is linked to MK Ultra and Laurel Canyon. Now, a lot of stuff came out of Laurel Canyon.
I felt so bad for that widow of Lavoy Finnegan. It was awful.
Yeah.
The whole thing, listening to the whole thing was horrible.
Oh, it was gut-wrenching. It was very troubling for my soul.
Oh, I just sat and cried. It was awful. Yeah. They murdered him.
Go to I think it's RTR Truth, Resurrect the Republic on YouTube. He does a wonderful. Tom Lacavera does a wonderful tribute to Lavoy on there.
Well, his wife does a wonderful tribute to him too.
If you can't find it on YouTube, try BitChute.
Well, I listened to it on Victoris Libertas channel.
Oh, Victoris Libertas, yeah. Mm-hmm.
They're pretty good, those two. And they've had Mrs. Finnegan.
No. What I'm saying is, Tom has some very wonderful footage because Tom was there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was just awful. The guy.
No, I'm saying that Tom Lacavera Stewart was in the Oregon. He was at Now here with Lavoy. Matter of fact, he got locked. He was in Lavoy's room when he got locked up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was sharing the room with Lavoy.
One of those guys that were in that compound is from Emma, Idaho. It's not too far from where I live.
Yeah, I was watching and listening to it all the time. I was everything that I could, absorb. I was following it real close, just like always do.
Well, did you see they got off the deal when they put him in prison? The Bundys. It was the Bundys that are Idaho people. They got.
I thought. Wait. I thought the Bundys were from Nevada.
Well, the Cliven Bundy is from Mesquite area, but his son is from Emma, Idaho.
Oh, so that's right, because what's his name?
Give me a hint, and I'll tell you.
Yeah, no, I'm just waiting for my two brain cells to rub together.
Well, that could be all night.
It could. You just got to be patient, girl.
I don't want to be patient. I've been patient long enough being held in captivity with these dirt bags. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, they'll get them. They'll get theirs.
Oh, yes, they will. You're right about that.
Is it Aaron Bundy?
No, I can't think of his name. I don't know why I can't think of his name right now. I can see him.
Because there was a family. I think they had a ranch in Idaho and a ranch in Oregon, and he was going to check it out, and in reference to their houses, the ranch being taken by the bank or something, and not Cliven Bundy, not. Well, I can see it.
Sons that were there in the compound.
Huh? Yeah, it was two of them.
this is it's just terrible because it's a land grab from the farmers, and that one farmer recently killed himself, and I can't think of his name, and he was, and it's on Derek's newsletter, by the way.
Are you talking? Are you
targeted?
Wait, are you talking about the farmer that was growing organic food, and then they found out that he wasn't like actually growing organic food? He was just growing conventional and then having it marked certified organic.
No, I don't think that's the same.
I don't know if you heard about that. He actually he was like he produced almost 17% of the organic market in the United States.
Do you get Derek's newsletter, Sovman?
Derek?
Yeah.
No.
His newsletter. Well, it's all about the guy in the newsletter, and yeah, he committed suicide, so they say. I don't know if he did.
Or well. Part of Agenda 30 is about shutting down the independent farmers and getting having corporate takeovers.
Well, why do these agents think they can just go in and take somebody's land? This is incredible.
Yeah, I can link you to a video that was, I believe it was recorded covertly. It was actually BLM agents boasting about how they're stealing people's land and laughing about
that's the way they are. The BLM has always been like that. I grew up in Idaho, and they get all in people's faces and in their property, and they think they're big, tough guys. And what they are is little weasels.
Well, I call them like demon possessed weak people.
I call them little penises. That's what I call them. They're little nutbacks.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I'd go as far as that. I think because I think they're not even really in control. I think they've given themselves over.
Well, you know what? I don't feel sorry for them.
No. Well, yeah, I'll pray for them.
Well, you go ahead and do that. I will not do that.
Well, see, if you study the word, there's such a thing as called imprecatory prayer.
Yes, I know, Sovman. I know. Jesus said, what good does it do if you just pray for somebody you care about when you need to pray? Now, and he also... No. I'm serious. Wait a minute. He also said be truthful. So the truth is, I don't feel like sincerely praying for people that are...
Yeah, well, are you aware what imprecatory prayer is?
Oh my God, with the questions once again. Here
we go. Well, you know how I am.
Yeah.
No, it's actually
you don't like the law. You could have been a lawyer, really.
Yeah, you pray against your enemies.
No, I like the psalm that says dump hot coals on their head. You know what psalm I'm talking about? It's one of the psalms. Truly, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, you think that imprecatory prayer doesn't heap hot coals on their head?
Yeah, well, that's what. If you're going to pray for them, then pray for that.
Yeah, well, that's what it means. That's what imprecatory means.
Okay, well,
you're praying against it. Not pray for them, praying against them.
Can I get continuing education credits for that, please?
Who's gonna award that, and who's gonna be concerned about the educational credits?
So I have to get some every year or so.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
Are you required?
Yes, by the law.
By the law? Can you quote it for me?
You know what a conformist I am.
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to get out of that box, girl, and you got to dance a little bit.
No, because and I told you, how do you reconcile this, Sovman? Jesus said, follow the law.
Yeah, and what is the law?
Then you say, then you just do what you want to do. And
no, that's not true. What is the law?
Well, he said pay your taxes. That's a law.
No. Listen to me, dear. There's this book. It's called Exodus.
I gotta make my egg salad. Go ahead.
Huh? Yeah, I mean, there's this book called Exodus. Actually, in Exodus 20, the 10 Commandments are there. That is the law. If you love me, you will keep my commands, right? See, the problem is the people can't even keep those 10. So Jesus said, you guys, you're just really, and I'm paraphrasing. He says, you guys are really idiots. Here's the first 4. This is your relationship with the Creator, with the Father, with the Almighty, right? This is your relationship with the Almighty. We're going to make that the first command, okay? And then, we take these 4 and we'll say, look, here's one command, okay? And it entails this 4. Love thy Lord thy God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. And then it says, look, you see these other 6? This is your relationship with your fellow man. Well, you can't even do that. So how about if we just say this? Love thy neighbor as thyself. And he says this is the whole of the law.
Well, thank you for that, Self-Man. So, let's get on to another subject besides religion because we disagree. Setsa just
I thought you were talking about the law.
Well, Setsa said something in the chat that I don't understand. Please explain, Setsa, the law, not the legal. I don't know what he means.
No, there is the law, and then there are statutes, ordinances, and regulations.
Well, statutes really are.
Hold on. Which are our color of law. They have the force and effect of law, but it's not true law. It's a Jedi mind trick.
Oh, boy, you really should
just break this down for your goodness here. Hold on. You have to upgrade. You are in contract so that you must, for your employment, you have to have some form of training every year to upgrade. That is a commercial contract. It is not law.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that's what you meant by the law, not the legal.
Exactly. You have a legal requirement because of your employment to do such for performance or whatever it may be, whatever condition you agreed to is not law. It's legal.
You're right. I get it. Yeah.
Yes. Somehow you've abrogated your right through contract, and that through that contract you have to, abide by that.
I like getting continuing education.
That's okay.
Yeah,
every day I learn something. I'm always doing that.
Yeah, I don't resent it. I was just being a smart ass when I asked you that.
Well,
because you're always trying to educate.
Do you know why they don't let donkeys go to college?
No, why?
Because nobody likes a smart ass.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
What?
So, man, I'm going to start counting the number of times you ask a question like a lawyer, and that's what I'm going to do, and then I will give you the count.
But there's a reason for asking a question, their goodness. When you ask a question, you're as king. A king asks questions. He never answers. So if you ever want to position yourself in any form of interaction with any civil servant, keep asking questions. It's the highest ground available.
Oh, well, I see. I've been told I ask too many questions.
Yeah.
But I don't ask questions like he does. Is that why he's doing it, Setsa?
He is
sovereign. He's doing it because he's a brat.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, actually, I've been grafted into the priesthood of Melchizedek through the shed blood of Yeshua HaMashiach Sekino. So therefore, I am a co-heir with Christ under the Father.
Okay, then.
Okay?
I'm reading.
And you know, as the gentlemen were joking when I came into the chat about, there's only one sovereign. Well, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, who is the legal co-op or coop? Co-op. Group of lawyers, one is a target and anxious to get perps in jail. Oh.
Yeah, but first we have to find terms. What jail and who's going to prosecute in what court?
Well, I prosecuted them all in a higher power meeting with the heavenly beings, and they lost.
There you go.
And it didn't cost me 1 penny. And that's the highest court in any dimension.
Yeah, well, I've known people that have gone into their courts, and they've gotten out of their courts without paying, and actually have gotten remedy.
Well, Frank is talking in the chat about a group of lawyers, one is a target and anxious to get perps in jail.
Yeah, okay.
I'm wondering if that's the same guy that was on Derek's call. I wasn't there for it. People just
I don't know, and I haven't spoke with the gentleman, and I haven't if I haven't actually even heard him speak, but you know, I'll have to know the intent of his heart. You know, I don't know if it's actually going to happen within this current system.
Well, this is what I think the system's going to break down before we do a class action suit. I mean, it's just going to be, it's coming to that. It's coming to
me personally.
Yes.
I believe you cannot ask your abusers to stop abusing you. That's kind of like Stockholm syndrome. I don't think it's going to work.
No, it's not like Stockholm. It's like loving your abusers for abusing you. That's Stockholm, or standing up for your abusers.
Well, I mean, if you go said, please stop abusing me, I don't think it's going to work. I think what you have to do is you have to say, we demand you to stop abusing us, and if you do not stop it, you know things are going to change around here. That's the bottom line.
Well,
they do not have the manpower. Okay, and they could try to use their technology the best they can, but you know what? I believe the Almighty is a higher power. And
computers. It's causing lots.
Yeah, but they can't, honey. I'm telling you, they don't have the ability to actually, do it on a large scale. They can only go one-on-one. That's what this whole 5G thing's about. They're trying to roll it out so they can do like mass genocide. This whole thing has to do with like with the China deal, where they're having the social status, and if you don't comply, if you don't comply, you're going to die.
Well, you know what, Sovman? Yep. I moved outside of the area where they're putting 5G in, and I moved out out of town, far out, and this is a little town, and they don't have. There's no talk of 5G yet, so I delayed it a little bit.
Yeah, well, there's actually a lot of municipalities are actually, putting forth legislation to ban it.
Well, they were already putting it in where I was living, you see.
Yeah, I understand
that. They didn't even get the permission from the people. They just started doing it. Like
right.
A lot of things. They just did it. And
that's right. But see, nobody's watching them. Nobody's holding them accountable. But
well, then they
there
put
are
it
people.
in the paper that they're putting 5G like it's some kind of big gift to the people.
Yeah,
they're acting you'll love it.
I just recently found the video, or somebody shared the video of a 5G telecommunications technician that was actually destroying the towers.
Really?
Yeah, and he went to jail for it. He actually took a tank and rode the tank. I have to do some research on him, but it's like a 25-minute video, and I just started watching it. I've had a real busy day, so I actually put it on my mobile device,
Hey, I
watched
want to
about.
tell you something, Softman, before I forget.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
On Project Camelot today, I listened to a video with Paladin, who's one of the White Hats, and he's a wealth of information about how all this financial crap went down, and he knows a lot of inside stuff. It's a fascinating interview. I highly recommend listening.
Sure, I'll look into it. I'm familiar with Kerry Cassidy.
Well, are you familiar with the White Hats and Paladin?
No, I'm familiar with the alleged White Hats.
Okay, well, this guy is for real. I've listened to him now for the third time. They're making their own YouTube channel, and they're revealing. They've been threatened a lot. They held off on one of their White Hat reports because they were threatened to be killed.
I would have said, well, bring it on, man. Give it your best shot.
Well, that's pretty much where he's at. But he's just one of the White Hats.
Yeah.
And
if I do die, another one will come up in my stead. Doesn't matter.
Well, anyway, listen to it when you get a chance.
I'm gonna drop that link to the gentleman who was killing the 5G towers.
Yeah, please do. I'm gonna mute because I got to go back to my egg salad. Okay.
Oh, I thought that's what you were making, egg salad.
Eggs. No, I just took a couple of hard-boiled eggs because I was so hungry. But I haven't
bless your heart.
Yeah, I hadn't eaten. So, I've been working, doing stuff all night long. Woman's work type thing.
Bird eating like a bird. Oh, wait a second. Bird eating bird.
This morning, and that was it.
Oh, God bless you.
Yeah. So I'll be back.
All right. I'll go find the link. I'll be back. Maybe I'll get a fresh cup of coffee.
I placed a link in the chat. Basically, it's the I believe it's Australian newscast in regards to a telecom worker expressing what the 5G towers and how it destroys your DNA and what he's done. He did jail time, but he came out.
It's the same one.
Yeah, and so it's really interesting that people are even. Of course, it's not on the mainstream media news here.
It's kind of suppressed, huh?
Yeah. There was another case, I think, of a targeted individual where he had a cat bulldozer, or I think it was his friend's. No, I think it was his, and he armored it. He ended up hoisting a crane and dropping down. He's a steel worker. He was a welder by trade, and welded armor onto it. And because of what was happening in his township, where he was being sort of gaslighted and sort of dishonored by the municipality and the people working in it, that he took matters into his own hand. He demolished a whole bunch of stuff in the entire, I think he did $7 million worth of damage to buildings and people who were causing him harm. Definitely a targeted individual. Took the matter into his own hand. Unfortunately, he built it such a way that it was a one-way trip, meaning that he couldn't get out, and he was really, he had no option but to do the damage and then to kill himself, which is, I don't advocate to, but this is the point. This one targeted by the jurisdiction that
he was forced to commit a desperate act as a cry for help.
Yeah, solve the problem the best way he knew how, the only way.
Yeah. It's sad. And I don't condone murder.
No, I don't either.
Okay, I found it. It's probably the same one. I don't know. I'm just going to paste it. Okay, I got to go down and remove the one. Okay, and then hit enter.
And I'm going to wish everyone a good night. I've got to
bid us adieu.
Yeah, I think Ella might be having a call tomorrow night. But if anyone,
well, look at it. Look at that. It is the same video.
Oh, good. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, yours says watch. Mine just is the shorter share link. Yeah. By the way, when you do share, you can just hit share and use that link. It's shorter. I don't know if does it look like it's shorter.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And I did title it for those that, but it doesn't matter if anybody comes in after we put the links in because they disappear, and I'll put it in the, what is it? Oh, the targetedmass.chattango.com chat, the broadcast chat, Frank's broadcast chat.
Okay.
So it'll stay there for, for those that want to reference it in the future.
One thing I wanted to bring up, a lot of the information this week coming along with those drones that are being flown in, was it Montana? No, Denver. It was in Denver. Those large with the 6-foot wingspan. There's inside intel basically where they're scanning, they're using
millimeter microwave to look inside the buildings.
Not just the buildings, the land, looking for caches or compounds, people who have armored themselves. They're looking. They claim they're looking for weaponry, and they're doing crisscross grid patterns across basically. And this, I think, ties into if there was a change in government, a coup, where they'd move everything over to Denver. They want to know where people who are armed are. So it makes sense to me.
Well, do you know it's under Denver International Airport?
I sure do.
That's where COG is.
And it's kind of funny. They even mock the people by putting up an animated gargoyle that answers to you. Yeah,
it's incredible, man.
Nasty.
It
and
just kind of it just slaps you in your face of what's going on. You like the stallion with the red eyes. Yeah.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
It's beautiful. I don't think it's beautiful. You're being facetious, aren't you?
Yeah. So anyway, just that's what was down.
Do you got a link for that? I'm just curious.
Yeah. Hold on. Just give me a second.
That'd be great. All right. I'm put that link in the targeted mass chat.
What's underneath the Denver airport?
Continuity government facility. Actually, speaking of the white hats, I'm in FEMA Region 3, so I think there was an earthquake. I don't know. I think probably around 2013, and I was laying down, and I felt the ground rock. And ironically enough, about 12 hours later, there was an earthquake in Denver. So what I believe was that it was alleged that the White Hats blew the entrance to the tram or the tunnel that goes directly to Denver. And what they did was they blew the entrance here on the East Coast, and then 12 hours later, the entrance or the exit in Denver was blown with a small tactical nuke, allegedly. So, like I said, speaking of the White Hats,
there's the first link.
Cool.
What I'd mentioned. And the second one is also pretty good too. Basically shutting down cities so they can control them. So pretty nasty.
Okay. Let me see if I can get all these, get both of them at the same time. I'll repost them and title them in the other chat. Copy. It's interesting, man. Living in it, may you live in interesting times. Hallelujah.
What gets me is most people are just running around day to day. They don't see the changes.
Yeah, well, it says that, knowledge will increase and men will be running from to and fro.
Yeah.
What's underneath the airport, the Denver airport?
Oh, continuity of government.
entire government is under there. The NSA has their part, CIA, in case everything goes down, that they have like our government there underneath the airport, the entire government.
Okay. And they go there now, or just it's reserved for them?
Well, I think some of them are there now. They don't confide with me, but I think there are people down there that can run things to make sure the technology is up to date and everything. You know, they're not leaving it blank, but the entire thing is down there. If they have to
there's custodial staff down there that are maintaining the facilities. See, NASA was created as a cover for financing the deep state, I believe.
Well, a lot of money's going somewhere. Our military budget, a lot of money has been diverted.
I have to rebut that. I said the military doesn't belong to me.
Our military? Is that what you said?
Oh, you have a military?
No.
Okay, I would say the military.
Okay.
See, I'm not giving them any power. I'm not claiming any of it.
I hear you. Where do you think the safest place on Earth to live is?
I would say live in Psalm 91.
Where's that?
Look it up. Under the shadow of the Almighty.
Oh.
See, I have people says, you got to get out of the city. You know, all God's people always went to the mountains. I says, but wait a second. What if God's calling? His voice tells me, I want you in the city. So if I go into the mountains because I believe that that's my safest place, and I don't hear his voice telling me to go to the mountains, but I believe everybody telling me that, where am I safest? You know, and I understand, you know, some people, they don't even have peace within their own minds, you know, because of the V2K.
Geez, I hope we're not keeping Frank up. Did he go to bed, or is he still around?
Is he still in the call?
I don't know. I just hope we're not keeping him up. Sometimes
I believe you me. We're not keeping Frank up. Frank will leave the call on. Did he say I'm leaving the door open?
I don't know. I was back and forth from the stove.
Okay. Yeah, normally Frank will say I'm gonna go, and I'm leaving the door open. And normally that means you got about 2 hours and the call will time out. In about 2 hours. All right.
There are still 24 people on the call. Can you believe it? Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Howdy, y'all.
Hi. What did Derek talk about today?
Muted. I don't know.
Steve Quayle and Steve Quayle. So, there's 2 links.
Melinda's still here. Melinda and Huggy Bear, they...
Wow, this was December 28th,
Yeah,
huh?
still here. And somebody's sleeping in the background, though.
I know, I can hear him.
Do you hear somebody snoring?
Well,
almost.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Well, listen. Where I'm at, there is somebody snoring in the background here. So let me mute and see if you're hearing that. Let me get back to the call because I was looking at that Steve Quayle link. And let me mute and let me know if it disappeared.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the person.
I still heard it.
That's too funny. So you can hear them snoring, huh?
Well, either they're sleeping loud or snoring. I'm not sure.
Oh no, he's snoring for sure.
Oh.
Yeah, we got to get up at 4:00 Eastern. We got to go deliver some equipment.
Oh my God, you should be in bed.
It's all right.
Of course, 4 o'clock. So if you're Eastern time, it's almost 2 o'clock, huh?
It's actually 1:48 a.m. allegedly.
Yeah, right.
Happy New Year. Play the game. That's funny. I'm going to tell Ash. I'm going to tell him, dude, they could hear you snoring on the call. I almost want to record him, but I won't do it. Say, dude, you kept me up. I couldn't sleep. You were snoring, man. Like, that would be wrong. It would be a lie, wouldn't it?
My second husband snored a lot. Oh,
yeah, well, I used to be involved in a radio program called Free Think Radio. It was like an internet radio station with a bunch of knuckleheads from Canada and alleged parts of the United States. And, the one young man, he kept telling me, you were snoring, because I thought I would fall asleep on the Skype call, on the broadcast. So I said, dude, when I fall asleep, please record it so you can have evidence, because I've never heard myself snore. Well, sure enough, he sent me a link to an audio file of me snoring. So I have verified evidence that I do.
Well, sometimes you can have sleep apnea when you're a person that snores.
Yeah, no, I think he's snoring because he's sleeping in a chair at the desk.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah. There's really nowhere to sleep in this office. It's like a shop. We're in the shop right now. So I'm sitting here just chilling like a villain with my friends.
This egg salad sandwich is absolutely heavenly. It's so good. Oh, it's so good.
Did you sprinkle a little Old Bay on it?
No.
Do you know what that is?
Hey, Southern.
Oh, with the questions. Oh, my God. I put salt on it.
OMG. Well, have you ever tried Old Bay?
Yeah, but not on egg salad.
No?
It's more
Silverman.
Hey.
Silverman. What's up, dude?
Like I say, the price of everything. How you doing?
Pretty good. What's going on with you, man?
I'm just kind of chilling like a villain.
Yeah, you remember that night back in August when they had that man on there talking about, you ever heard of the NSA?
You were on that call? That's too funny.
Yeah, it was just me, you, and Deb, a handful of people. There's only 5 of us on there.
Yeah, I think I recorded that guy.
Yeah, that was like 5 o'clock in the morning, bro.
Wasn't he a demon?
I would say so, yeah. That dude had to be in his late 40s, early 50s talking mom jokes, man. What kind of trash? You know, it just shows what kind of individual he is. He's a fucking pig.
It was really the NSA. I don't think it was him. I think it was the, you know.
You were here?
No, I didn't hear it, but I heard you tell about it before. And I'm thinking that it was probably somebody in the military that's a derelict. I'm thinking more like it's an idiot from the FBI. That's what I'm thinking. Just intuitively speaking.
No. This is what I call it. I call it an oligarchical kleptocracy ran by narcissistic psychopaths.
You know, I got to thinking one day that the programming they use on people, I think they're using some kind of narcissistic programming, because there are more narcissists than there have ever been.
That's true, because it's an epidemic. And it is based.
How could that?
Well, this is what Scripture says, or should I say, when they ask Yeshua, you know, when we will know of your coming, he says it will be as in the days of Noah, and it's like when what was going on in the days of Noah, that the Nephilim, or the fallen ones, were basically defiling the very creation. And it said that Noah was chosen because he was perfect in his generations, meaning that his bloodline or his genetic makeup was undefiled, and that the bloodline of Yeshua or Christ would come through Noah. And so that's where we're at. I mean, the very creation is being defiled. I mean, all this genetically modification. Now they're doing, gene therapy. You can actually order a CRISPR program where you can actually modify the DNA of, living things in your home. And, that's where we're at. And he says that whatever, it says that, knowledge will increase and men will be running to and fro, and whatever they imagine in their minds they would be able to do, and their thoughts would be exceedingly wicked always. So it seems like that's the case with certain individuals, that they're wicked and they have wicked thoughts.
So
but
program now.
The what?
The thought police.
Yeah, and
arresting people for bad things.
Yeah, you've had too much to think
instead of too much to drink.
Exactly.
But gang stalking is based on narcissism.
Oh,
because what they do to you is what narcissists do to you, basically. It's all the same things.
Yeah.
Just by group.
Right. And if you claim that, you've been abused, they'll flip the script. No, I'm the one that's abused. Yeah. It's
So did you have a nice Christmas? Even, with all of this, did you have some kind of nice Christmas?
Me or
yeah, you and Dogman.
Oh, I'm not. I don't participate.
Oh, okay. Well, what about? Is your name Ann? It's Ann, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What's your name?
Well, I go by Goodness 8.
Yeah. Yeah. It was good. How about you?
It was quiet. I just moved, so I didn't really do anything. But I did call on Derek's call, and that was nice.
Yeah.
I'm putting away things and organizing my place. So I was glad to have the time off to do all that I need to do. But, you know, it's about, to me, it's about celebrating the birth of Christ, even though if it isn't his real birthday, I'll tell you, it's what we all agree on in the world, so that's what it is. And so I concentrate on that, and I lit a candle, and, you know, wished him happy birthday. And, it was good. It was fine. I don't get sad anymore on the holidays, by the way.
Yeah, that's good.
Good for you.
Yeah, that's what I say.
No, I think that it just to feel sadness is just giving them more energy. No, I was grateful for the time that I had to get some stuff done.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Hey, goodness. Are you in the chat?
Yes, I am.
Okay, hang on. I want to share this with you.
I'm not chatting with anybody at this time.
No, you can chat with me. I'm gonna put this link in to an image you might like.
Well, I was chit-chatting with Ann there for a minute. Oh, here's the link. Okay, what is this link?
It's about the time of the year, whatever. It's you'll enjoy it.
That's a pretty picture. Conspiracy of love. You know,
yeah. What does it say? Do the Annunciation, please.
It is the season which engages the whole world in a conspiracy of love. You know, I'd like to take that love feeling, you know, and bottle it up and just give it away to everybody.
Yeah. Well, how about hey, goodness.
Yeah.
Let's make the currency for the 21st century love.
Well, you know, that's going to come to be in the golden age, you know.
Yeah, well, I pray.
Is there somebody breathing in the phone?
That would be whoever's living at Frogman's place.
No, you're hearing my coworker in the background snoring.
Oh, all right. All right. Well,
I'm sorry. Does it sound like logs being sawed? Oh, look, I think he rolled over. And he's still sawing them, but it's not as loud.
Well,
it's funny.
This is all this is. It's just this. It's a pretty little thing. There's no writing other than that.
What, the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Would you need more? Hey, listen, that whole, you know, the holly and all that stuff, that's all pagan. But, you know, but you can't take away from the creation. I mean, it's still the creation, right?
That
Nothing
is
wrong
correct.
with that. Nothing wrong with the creation.
Take what sounds good to you and discard the rest.
Yeah, eat the meat and spit out the bones, girl.
Kind of like that, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I say.
So,
no, I'm not going to be baking cakes to the Queen of Heaven or anything like that, but I definitely.
Cakes before.
Huh?
I baked a cake once.
No, it's okay to bake cakes, but don't. It says do not bake cakes to the Queen of Heaven. So.
What do you mean the Queen of Heaven is the Blessed Mother?
Not really.
Yes, really.
Well, why does the Bible say? Hold on. Why does Scripture say do not do it?
You listen to me, Sovereign Man. If it wasn't for the Blessed Mother, we wouldn't have had. She had the Christ child. Okay.
No. Well, actually, you got to read Scripture and see what it says about.
I have. Oh, just stop.
No. Do you know who the Queen of Heaven is?
Oh my God. Here's another question. Yes, it's the Blessed Mother.
No, that's not what the Bible says. That's what the Roman Catholic Church says.
Oh, come on. The Blessed Mother is the Queen of Heaven.
Can you show me that in Scripture?
Oh, I don't want to argue.
No, I'm just saying. You tell me that it is something. It's a belief system.
No. You are so wrong, buddy boy. You are wrong.
Well, I mean, I'm like from Missouri. You have to show me.
You're like from Mars.
Are you from Venus?
Yes, the planet of love.
Really?
You know, when I was growing up, I lived on a street
Is
called
that what they told you?
Listen to me. I lived on a street called Venus Place.
Oh my God.
I grew up on a street called Venus Place. I am not kidding you.
Let me see. Is that feedback coming through, or is that just me?
I think it's your feedback. You're causing trouble on the call.
All right, I'm gonna mute.
You know
Go
what
ahead.
it is? The Blessed Mother's doing that to you because you.
Do you really believe that?
No, I made that part up.
Oh.
But I believe that the Blessed
and a few other things.
No, the Blessed Mother is the Queen of Heaven, and we will not talk about it any further. I'm right, you're wrong. The feedback is coming from you, Subman. So, how many people? Do you think everybody's sleeping? Ooh, now there's 25 people on the call.
I'm sorry, I was muted when you said I was causing feedback.
Oh, I guess you weren't then. Oh, Joseph is here. Do you know Joseph? Not to be confused with the husband of the Blessed Mother. This is Joseph White. And, somebody named Spoiledness is on the call. I would change that. If I were that person, I would change that name. Toomey is on, and KBZ, and Huggy Bear, and somebody that's called...
Yeah, that feedback. The feedback is coming. The feedback is coming from 520. Could you please mute your mic, 520?
Yeah, okay. I'm here. I've been muted, so it's not on my end. I'm here. I'm just not in the mood to talk.
That's yeah, but are you 520? Hold on, let me see.
No, I'm not 520.
No.
No, I muted myself.
Oh, okay.
I muted myself. So.
Thank you.
Oh, that was Ann. It's okay, Ann. If you want to talk, it doesn't bother me.
What kind of feedback were you getting? Like loudness?
Like an echo.
Oh, okay. So let me mute it and then look for some earbuds and I'll come back on.
Okay. Okay, we have to change the subject because, I have my candle in my apartment here. It's a Blessed Mother candle, and because I got upset with the church, now instead of going to the church and lighting the Blessed Mother candle, now I put $1 in the jar here, and then I light a candle, and ask her to intercede in prayer with her son, Jesus, and she always does, and then I give away the money. Instead of to the church, I give it away to, whoever. It's kind of nice. I like doing it that way. But it's a beautiful candle, and I go through a lot of them. I get them at Fred Meyer for $1.99. Am I talking to myself?
No, I believe you're not doing a monologue, but you can continue, please.
You are such a smart ass. Well, I happen to not.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Ma'am, what's that about, ma'am?
Excuse me, ma'am. I was on a Skype call earlier today.
Yeah.
And I was just talking away, and as I was talking away, I looked up at my screen and the call had ended. And I was like, "Darn, how long have I been talking?"
Well, let me tell you, Frank said tonight, G8, you handle the call while I go over to RBN. Well, I'm not going to tell Frank no,
Yeah, but Frank, were you able to handle it? Were you able to handle it?
Well, no perp came on. That was good. But see, because I'm divinely protected. But
Right.
here's the thing. Nobody wanted to talk. So I just felt like I had to talk, you know. And then
damn! I missed it. You mean I missed your performance?
It might be on the recording. Yeah, so I'm kind of so I started reading something out of a book that I have, and then I talk some. Finally, Huggy gets on, and she helped me out because I
God bless her.
so thankful. Somebody came on to talk. I thought, oh, this is just awful. But, you know, I can keep talking, you know, and do a monologue if I have to. But, you know, I didn't want to bore people either. So I was kind of in a spot. It would have been helpful had you been on because you would have been talking with me and, you know,
sure.
With me. And that
I don't know. I mean, it may appear to be that, but.
Oh, I would have loved it if you had come on, but you weren't around.
Yeah, I was busy, you know, driving around. Actually, I was near the District of Criminals today. I even saw that. I even drove past that castle down there they got.
Well, you're so secretive. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Okay, down near the District of Criminals, there's this tabernacle they call
like
it.
DC, like DC? Is that what you're talking about?
Isn't that what the District of Criminals stands for?
I think that's funny. I've never thought of it like that, but it is a district.
Yeah, and you know what? Yeah, but you know what the term district is.
Oh my God, with the question.
It's a military term.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, okay, so move on. So you were down in the District of Columbus.
Yeah, and when I head back down, I'm going back down to the District of Criminals. I'm going to try to get a picture of the of the castle down there.
Oh, you mean the White House?
No, I'm talking about the Mormon Tabernacle.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, there's a classic picture.
I didn't know they had one there because I thought mostly in Idaho and Utah. I didn't because the Catholic people are all back east, you know. In Idaho and Utah.
Are you a subscriber to Roman Catholicism?
Well, you know, I was baptized that. And you know, I was raised Catholic. But you know what? I'm a subscriber to Jesus Christ. So there. So
no, that's hopeful.
Hopeful.
Mm-hmm.
See, you know, that is who I care about.
That's a beautiful thing, you know.
That's the only person I'd ever bow down to, ever.
Yes.
Because the rest of it is phony.
Well, anyway, when you go around the Beltway, there's a certain part of the Beltway where you're just passing, like there is I think it's a railroad track or railroad trestle that goes over the Beltway, and you can see the Mormon Tabernacle. It looks kind of like the witch's castle from, you know, the Wizard of Oz, and somebody wrote across this bridge, "Surrender, Dorothy." It's so funny.
Somebody wrote
actually, that? Yeah, there's somebody went up and wrote graffiti across that railroad trestle that goes over the Beltway, right as you see the Mormon Tabernacle.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could probably go to your search engine and type in "Surrender, Dorothy," Mormon Tabernacle, DC. The image will come up.
Well, I don't need to do that.
Well, I mean, did you ever see The Wizard of Oz?
Yes, of course I did, and I know they use Wizard of Oz programming.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you know, you could just imagine seeing that image and the witch flying on a broom.
Well, you know, the angel is what is it, Maroki or Maroney or?
Yeah, they call it Moroni, but you
Yeah.
got to be a little leery of those guys that go into a cave and they come out with like some special knowledge told to them by some so-called angel. You know?
Well, come on. I mean, people have had those kinds of things happen. Jesus did.
Jesus went in a cave and he saw an angel and it gave him some enlightenment.
Not a cave.
What? Huh?
He didn't go in a cave. He was in the desert.
Oh, do you know who that angel was, right?
Oh, do we have to go through all this?
Yeah, that angel was Lucifer, or commonly known as the devil, and he quoted Psalm 91 to him out of context.
Get behind me. Listen, soft man.
And he wasn't in a cave. He wasn't in a cave. See this guy, Ignatius Loyola.
In a cave?
He went into a cave and got his spiritual teachings, and then you got this place called Georgetown University down in the District of Criminals.
Do you think that you could go 5 whole minutes without asking a question?
I don't know. Could I?
You see, that's what I mean. I don't think you can.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
What was I doing all the time when I wasn't on call?
I have no idea. I didn't remote view you.
Oh, I don't think that's possible.
To remote view?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
To remote view me.
Oh, yes, because you have your shields up.
I don't know about me, but Psalm 91 kind of says it all, honey.
I love Psalm 91. I was being sarcastic. Listen.
No, I'm not being facetious when I'm talking about. I don't think it's anything to joke about.
I don't know what you were doing.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually talking to a gentleman on call, and I was speaking to him about, he's kind of like making fun of. I think what he did was I was talking to another individual on call about, targeted individuals and, some of the technology that's available, blah, blah, blah. And, the one guy kind of castigated me, and, trying to, then later on he sent me a link via Skype, which was actually the trailer for an Amityville horror remake. And I'm like, so then, man, I blasted him with all kinds of information. I says, oh, really? Do you think that's what? And he kind of said that